Hello, everybody on the YouTubes. How we doing? We are live. We are live. We're not prepped, but we are live. We're using an old thumbnail, and we don't have any idea what we're doing tonight. But that's okay, because there's enough content for us all to enjoy, right? So, if anyone has a plan, if anyone has a request, I'd love to hear about it in chat. But first of all, I thought we would start with a couple of correspondences. We got one to read out to you from Donna. Donna Adelson, letters from jail, letters from jail. And another one that we just got yesterday from our good friend, Katie Magbanua, from jail, you know. Yeah, I think that's what we'll start. Let's put up a nice picture of Donna. Should we do that? So we can read and imagine Donna talking. Shall I read it in her voice? I don't know if I can do that yet. I don't know if I have my own voice myself. Let's see. Donna Adelson. Okay, let's save that as Donna. And we'll go to the sharing. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody in chat. Welcome. We're just putting up a nice picture of Donna. Where is she? Desktop. Save to... One second. There she is. Oh my God, that's big. How do we make that less big? Okay. God, that's really big. It's so big, I can't even make it smaller. But we will. It's just going to take us a couple of seconds. But don't worry, guys. Everything is in hand. There we go. There we go. That'll do. Okay, what does Donna have to tell us? Now, this isn't that recent. I think it's just before Thanksgiving. But I've just received it. God, where is it? Aha. So, here we go. This is from Lady Donna. There's a little bit at the beginning, but it's not really that relevant, and I want to keep the identity of the person writing to her out of the public, you know. No need for that. Donna says, to answer some of your questions, I prefer either comedies or action movies. I can't watch anything sad, because I cry enough here without watching sad movies. In jail. What about the sadness that you've put onto the Markells? To answer some of your questions, I prefer either comedies or action movies. I can't watch anything sad because I cry enough here without watching sad movies. I enjoy the daily podcast, which is aired through the New York Times. I also like Freakonomics Radio. I've read all 3 books by Stephen Dubner. The first one, Freakonomics, got me going, and I just find it really clever. I also listen to Love It or Leave It by the comedian John Lovett. He does a lot of current affairs and political humor. You are correct in that we have a limited selection to choose from. We do not have access to the internet, which of course is frustrating. But for me, it's good because it doesn't allow the inmates to look anything up about my case. I stopped reading or listening to any trashy social media years ago. Trashy social media. Is that True Crime Metrix? Is that what we are? Trashy social media? I stopped reading or listening to any trashy social media years ago. It's all lies and only written for the purpose of making money. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's all lies, Donna. You know, we have a lot of evidence, and we talk about the evidence. And only written for the purpose of making money. I wish people had more important things than the lives of my family to focus on. I think it's important, Donna. I think it's important for us to focus on the lives of your family until we see justice for the Markells. Clearly they have way too much time on their hands. My day-to-day here... Oh, this is good. She tells us about her day-to-day. My day-to-day here is extremely boring. I start every day reading the subscription to the AP News, Associated Press, on my tablet. I try to take a shower in the morning when the rest of the inmates are still asleep, so I don't have to wait online later in the day. If we have an officer that allows us to walk in the pod, I do that. Unfortunately, most of the officers don't allow walking. Since we rarely, if ever, get outside, walking around the beds is the only exercise we get. I do a lot of reading and talk with some of the girls. The woman I was teaching to read has been released, so no students at the current time. I absolutely do still plan to be involved as an inmate's rights advocate when I am released. Okay. I absolutely do still plan on to be involved as an inmate's rights advocate when I am released. Someone needs to help fight the many injustices here. I have no choice but to deal with my trial halts by the judge. To me, it's beyond a delay because I have not yet been given a new date. My husband gets great support from both family and friends. We both know I'm not guilty, and so we have to believe that we can find an impartial jury in a town tainted by 10 years of negative social media. Ha ha! Anyone who thought I or my attorneys wanted this delay are totally out of their minds. The delay was... Well, that was me for at least a brief period. I flip-flop about that. Anyone who thought I or my attorneys wanted this delay are totally out of their minds. The delay was a shock to us all, and the worst thing that could possibly have happened to me... There's another bit here. I have new legal counsel and just hope and pray every day that they will get me the soonest possible date so I can go home to my husband, whom I miss more than words could ever say. I appreciate you taking the time to write to me. Enjoy the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday. Donna. Crazy, huh? Just imagine, she sits there in the jail cell, writing on a tablet, touchpad tablet, and that's the result. Okay, let's go to the comments. Hey, comments. How you doing, comments? Welcome, everybody in the chat. Yeah, we got another... Oh, has anyone put a suggestion for... We got another letter to read out from Katie. And then we'll probably show Wendy's new house, because that's pissed Katie off, right? That's really annoyed Katie. She's like, oh my god, she's just bought this big house in Austin and is free, and I'm sitting in here. Then we might show Bree's arrest report, and also Bree's house, which is twice the value of Wendy's. Ow. Both the houses look really fucking weird to me. Anyway, if we have a suggestion, put a lightning bolt next to the suggestion and then we'll do whatever we're going to comment on. And by the way, guys, I have found some amazing, never before seen wiretap recordings. I've never seen them anywhere on the public internet, and there's a bunch of them. I haven't uploaded them to YouTube yet. There was one the other day, but yeah, maybe we'll start with going through some of those, if we can, without them being online. We'll see. For now, we need a picture of Katie to read her letter. Suggestions, put a lightning bolt. Or, yeah, let's just say lightning bolt. Excuse me. There she is, look at it. Oh, you know, Wendy never, ever, not once, makes me laugh. But Katie does. You know, I think she's quite funny. Okay, so here's a letter that we got yesterday, January 27th, from Catherine Magbanua. Hey, they have been working me to death over here. I've been having to work when I'm not even scheduled for shift, which is pissing me off. But I have no say on it since, well, I'm in Department of Corrections, and they can do whatever they want. I'm so freaking sick of this place, and it's been so cold. I've been trying to fight getting sick since everyone around me has been coughing and sneezing. Ugh. I don't even have the proper clothes for this coldness, so when we are able to order a catalogue, I need to get the proper clothing, like thermals, sweaters, boots, etc. It makes me sick to hear that this lady moved and buying a big house while I'm sitting in prison suffering and away from my children. I literally just got back from work and it's 12:38 a.m. and I'm exhausted. So yeah, you can come visit me in this county jail when they want to take me back. I just have to add you on my visitation list. I'm getting on that fucking visitation list, right? I want a fucking True Crime Metrix interview, in-person interview with Catherine Magbanua. Yeah? We're going to make that fucking happen. I'm dreading it because that place gives me serious PTSD. I bet. You know, Leon County jail. But I also just want it to be over with. What coverage have you been hearing? Sorry. That's the only yawn of the evening. I just needed one. What coverage have you been hearing? I'm sure it's going to be all over the news, which I hate, and it's so embarrassing. Let me know of any updates, please. The kids had a wonderful Xmas, and I was able to get a couple things my friends purchased for me to send to them, making it look like it came from me, which was really nice. I hate that I can't make any money being in here, and well, they don't pay us to work, so I'm basically shit out of luck. I've been stressing for years, and this place is just getting worse and worse. Well, my eyes are shutting on me. Thank you for thinking of me, and I... We'll leave that bit out. My condolences. We don't need to read that either. There's nothing there. It's just relevant stuff to the corresponder. Yeah. Okay, that was the Katie Magbanua letter. Crazy, huh? So she's really pissed. She's really pissed that Wendy's moved into a big house. Hey, Victoria Girl, hitting us up with the super chat. Thanks so much, Victoria. First. First, like Mr. Durst. Yeah. Oh, thank you. And we haven't even set a goal yet, guys. But, you know, Victoria Girl's first. Was she first in the comments? Hey. She was first in the comments too. Look at that green name as well. Okay, where are we going now? What about the house? Wendy's big new house. Or should we listen to one of the calls first? I don't know. Did we get any suggestions for tonight's video? Any lightning bolts? Katie looks like a deer in headlights. Well, thanks, Charlie's stapled cash. But you've put a lightning bolt next to a regular comment. That wasn't our agreement, Charlie's stapled cash. The lightning bolt is supposed to be reserved for ideas. Oh, we're not getting the comments on the screen? God damn it. Well, that's what happens when you get woken up by your viewers and you've got 10 minutes to put on a show just to catch those Eastern Standard bods. Where's the chat? There's the chat. We put this... Yes. Okay. There you go, Charlie's stapled cash. Any more lightning bolts? What? They make inmates work until 12:30 a.m.? Doubtful. I don't know. I guess it depends on the... Tamara Demko, Amy says. Yeah. Yeah. Could do that. Could do that. It was wobbling. Victoria Girl, I know you love that. I found another call, wiretap call, where she says, it was wobbling. I like it too. It is funny. I think if you want to do Katie's voice, you have to find the one thing that really, like, encapsulates her whole sort of way that she talks, and the wobbling thing is the perfect thing to get into her character, right? It was wobbling. Does she know the difference between AM and PM? Oh, you're sharp, Gary Brooke. I should have given you a sharper tool for the toolbox. You're so sharp. I assigned you tape measure, but you've just been promoted to box cutter. Kind of vicious, huh? But yeah, I love it. Okay, so let me just see if I can share a audio. Media source. Local media.
Katie.
You spoke to my secretary?
Mike. Is she in the toilet or is she in the bathroom? I'm like, my head's like spinning. I'm like, what is she trying to tell me?
Try another one.
I'm thinking like, I was about to ask her, has she flushed or is she still for the patient and then he's done. I have him doing a soft reline on this case, so we're going to get to steal the case from Blum. Sleeps like a baby these days.
All right, we'll try something else. Uh-oh. If we leave too much air in the conversation, we're going to lose viewers. Okay. Yes. New source, media source, VLC. I know. Let's try this. Okay, maybe this will work.
Katie.
You spoke to my secretary?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
so
okay.
she picks up the phone. First of all, she sounds exactly like you on the phone.
She sounds like me?
What's that?
She sounded like me?
Hey, look, for a second, she picks up the phone and goes, she's in the bathroom. I thought that was like some kind of code for something or other. She's like, she's in the bathroom. And I'm like, is she in the toilet or is she in the bathroom? I'm like, my head's like spinning. I'm like, what is she trying to tell me? I'm thinking like, I was about to ask her, has she flushed or is she still floating? I wanted flushed.
She's like, the whole bathroom scene.
I want it flushed.
Is she flushed or is she still floating?
No, she wasn't flushed. Okay.
So I'm fucking thinking that I thought this was like code. I'm like, Katie, is she flushed or is she in the bathroom?
Oh my God, it's too funny.
And then I'm about to tell her, well, call me back when she flushes.
Stop, man. Everybody could hear me now.
I made it clear I want the problem flushed.
Ay.
Alright. So, hey, are you going to the Keys this weekend?
I don't think so. Why?
Because if you were, I was going to tell you to come by on tomorrow, and I'll tell you to go to my garage, and I'll leave something for you. I was going to leave a coupon. I was going to leave a gift card and with the tree.
With a coupon?
What's that?
With a coupon?
Well, it's a gift card that you could use at any hotel.
Oh, cool.
So I was kind of thinking, if you did want to go away for the weekend, it would be nice to have a gift card and a little tree to plant at your house.
In the pond guy?
Yeah, that's if you're going to go away and, like, just take a deep breath. Enjoy the
Shit, I want to take a deep breath every day.
So I think Mama needs a vacation with Daddy. So why don't you guys go on a vacation, leave the fucking kids at home, smoke a big fat fucking joint, and have a cocktail. Call it a day. And then go wake up and do something.
Yeah. Shut up, we're having fun. This is Dr. Charlie, marriage counselor. I think Mama needs a vacation with Daddy. So shut up, we're having fun, and go and smoke a big fat joint and have a cocktail. There's a gift card that you can use at any hotel.
What are you doing?
What's that?
Don't people like you work?
No.
I see that.
No, I'm fucking driving to Port St. Lucie today.
That's a long drive.
It's fucking far. It's far if you
How long does it take? How long does it take
like
to do that?
80 something nonstop. It's an hour and a half.
Shut up.
Yeah.
You're crazy. How many patients would you have?
It's honestly, it's not even that good of an office. They have another oral surgeon. It's kind of bullshit, and it's still half a day. I like the secretary's always nice to me. And I have lost a bunch of offices that went corporate or got sold.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had the implant rep bad-mouthing me at all my offices, and 2 of them dropped me. So I don't care. I'm glad to be slower than I was. Like, It really wasn't good for my health. I was fucking miserable.
Hey, thanks so much for gifting 5 True Crime Metrix wonderful memberships right in Shotgun. We've got C. Malone, Madeleine P, Jesus Lover, PK, and Maggie May. Welcome, Maggie May. Enjoy those memberships, guys.
So, but anyway, let me know if you're planning to do a little fix.
I will. I don't even know.
Well,
I don't even know. Why does everybody ask me what I'm going to... I don't know. I never know. Like, I don't know. I'm the person with no plans. She's so annoyed.
We noticed.
Figure your shit out. And if I were you, I would go do some fishing, smoke a joint, and have a cocktail. Because that fixes everything.
Yeah. Liquor always fixes everything. Hallelujah.
And you need to find Jesus.
Look, you find Jesus, and when you find him, you tell him to take care of me.
I'm looking for him. I got so excited the other day, but then it was Jesus.
She's like, he's Jewish.
Dude, I'm your third favorite. Hey, am I your third favorite Jew still?
You are my third favorite Jew.
Hey, am I your third favorite Jew?
Well, 1, 2 are.
Hello. It's number 1, Jesus. And then it's Drake. And then it's you.
Drake. So her first favorite Jew is Jesus Christ. Then at position 2 we have Drake. And then Charlie is number 3.
Charlie.
Yeah. You're always near number 3.
I'm always behind Drake. It's a good thing T.I. is not. It's a good thing T.I. is not Jewish.
T.I.
Who's T.I.?
I know.
Number 4.
No, but he knows how much I'm in love with him.
I think I know that Drake is a singer, right?
I know.
He had the baby already.
He has this reality show now.
Dude, are you serious?
Yeah,
He's been had that show for years. What's wrong with you?
I just saw it.
Yeah, you're white. You don't like to watch BET. Oh, dude.
I'm surprised that Katie Magbanua didn't come up with the what do you call it? The Dahlia Dippolito defense. I thought it was a reality TV show. Yeah, I was reading from a script.
Do you even have BET still? I don't know, man. You need to watch something. You need Jesus.
Alright, I'll look for him.
Okay, look for him. And,
T.I. is a rapper. Okay.
Google it.
Does it mean something? Like T.I. or is it just T.I.?
Beyonce, Lemonade. Google, now.
Beyonce, Lemonade? Yeah, no, I saw it.
Oh, you know
I got hot sauce in my bag.
You got hot sauce in your bag?
Yep.
Oh my God, no. No, white people just don't understand. Okay, bye.
Yeah, bye. Isn't it amazing? You know, these people that we're listening to talking are people that conspired and murdered someone, and one of them hired, and one of them was the middle woman. But when we listen to this call, I feel like I'm listening to a couple of 15-year-olds, right? that are skipping class. It is so young the way they talk, and that can be fun. But it's funny when it's like in the context of you killed Professor Markel. By the way, guys, I had an idea today, and it might be $1 million idea. Why are I was thinking about what was I thinking about? Oh, I know what I can show you guys. Okay, this is a little bit out of context, but I'll explain the context, okay? We're going to show a short video from another case. The case is, oh shit, what's her name? Shayna Hubers. And Shayna Hubers is a woman out of Kentucky who murdered her boyfriend, sort of boyfriend. And the video that we'll show here, just give me a second. Ryan Poston's sister victim impact statement. Let me just check if this is the right video. Okay, yesterday we watched the Greenberg interview, okay? And the Greenbergs made a big stink about how Tamara Dempko, who on this channel we love, and we think is honest, and has fantastic insights, and all of the rest of the things, on top of being so damn pretty. So we love Tamara on this channel, but the Greenbergs, not so much, right? They called her pushy and weird and all of this stuff, and they said it was really, really creepy how that Tamara had asked the parents if she could have a shirt of Professor Markel so that she could sleep in, which I personally find to be very sweet and understandable, and it's well within the context of normal as part of her own personal journey through grief. Okay? Don't have a problem with it at all. But imagine if Tamara had done what I'm about to show you here. because what happens here is Ryan's sister is on the stand, and she has brought with her a large teddy bear that she had made out of Ryan's shirt. And it's a teddy bear with a audio recording in it, so you press his belly or squeeze his hand, and Ryan's voicemail plays. So imagine if Tamara Demko, I'll show you the video and then we'll discuss it again.
30 years old, I don't need to bring a teddy bear up with me. This teddy bear was made by Jay's sister. This is Ryan's shirt. That's it. That's only a voicemail.
Oh, that's pretty heartbreaking, right? But also quite funny. I'll call you right back. It is very sad, Amy. You're absolutely right. I don't want to poke fun at this grieving sister at all, but I wonder what the Greenbergs would have to say about it, is my point. If they found Tamara asking for a shirt of Dan's so that she could sleep in as part of her journey through grief, what would they have thought if she said, listen, Mr. and Mrs. Greenberg, I would like one of Professor Markel's shirts so that I could make a teddy bear out of it and put his voicemail message in the bear. Should we see it one more time?
30 years old, I don't need to bring a teddy bear up with me. This teddy bear was made by Jay's sister. This is Ryan's shirt. That's it. That's only a voicemail.
Oh, it is really sad, but also funny at the same time. I mean, it's just one of those strange things. Yeah, imagine if Tamara Demko had done that. But it got me thinking today about, things that we could do in this community to honour Professor Markel. And I thought, why are there not action figures? Like you have Action Man or G.I. Joe, Barbie, whatever, those sorts of things. Action dolls. Why is no one making them for true crime cases? I mean, I think they'd make a lot of money, right? At Crime Con or places like that, you would sell out of certain dolls. And not necessarily about the killers, but the victims. I would love to have a realistic action figure of Professor Markel. I think I'd put that on my dashboard, so I could see him every day. Just a full, in the famous picture of him in the light shirt and tie, standing outside FSU. Just who can we call to get that done? Collector's items, Professor Markel. If I were a millionaire, I would just start that company immediately. I mean, maybe we don't have to be a millionaire. I tell you what, if you think that it's a good idea for us to produce a realistic action figure of Professor Markel, support the channel. Buy me a coffee on buymeacoffee.com. We'll put it in the Markel Fund. Link in the description. Super chats on YouTube. Those are all good. I mean, I don't know how much we're going to need. But maybe one day we'll be in a position to speak to one of these. It can't be that difficult. You know, maybe we have to fly over to Taiwan or something and speak to a factory. But, you know, it can't be that difficult. Surely we could just show a bunch of pictures and have one made. What do you think that would cost? It's not going to cost $1 million. You know, to get, say, if we got 100 made, limited edition, numbered limited edition, just to test the water, you know. There's so many people that follow true crime. There's so many people that follow the Adelson case. I think if there was an opportunity for those people to buy a realistic action figure of Professor Markel, I don't think we'd have any trouble selling them, you know, at all. Let's see if we've got another call here, guys. It was wobbling. I don't know which one that is, but I've got a bunch here because the list I have, there's like, I don't know, there's like 200 calls, and some of them are, you know, nothing good, nothing relevant, nothing entertaining, very short. But I've been trying to go through them and separate them into the good ones, so they're all going to be coming out soon. And I think what we might do is do some early release onto Patreon. Because I've been looking for something that we can early release onto Patreon, but the thing is that most of what I do is live stream, right? So why would I do early release of a live stream onto Patreon when there's like 4 members there? But with this stuff, I think we could do early access. So if you want to become a Patreon member, head on over to Patreon, link in the description, and we're going to be putting a bunch of never before seen or heard wiretap calls from the Adelson case. I think we're going to end up with about 100 of them. All right, where is this now? Okay, so just 1 second. Copy this. This is a 5-minute call. I don't know what it is.
Are you in or what?
I'm in, nigga. I'm in.
Yeah, nigga.
What are the dates?
We gonna bang down some Barcelonian bitches.
Oh, Abre La Boca all day, niggas.
Okay, this isn't a great one.
Oh shit, dude. All right, so let's do this.
What day is it? The fifth you're looking at?
I think now the 5th. I don't know. Have you been getting some more recent messages?
Yeah, I'm on that thread. So.
Yeah, I think it's the 5th.
I was skipping this one.
Which is a Thursday, I believe.
Ah, shit.
Perfect. What are we coming back on a Sunday?
Yep. Yes, sir.
That's fucking awesome.
And you know what? I think a one-way flight there. Trip.
This one is kind of good. It's Charlie talking to a bunch of his sex tourism friends about going to Spain. They're going to fly to Copenhagen and spend some time in Spain. Uh-oh. But I think we can do better for this stream.
Hello.
Hello, hi Jim.
Hey, how you doing, Katie?
Holding on.
All right.
I heard from somebody that I guess works with you.
A private investigator that I had up there.
Okay, this is after Sigfredo has been arrested and Katie is getting information from, I don't know, someone who's got a connection with a private investigator, right?
that was referred to me that went and saw
but
him.
It's not good news.
Last night.
It's not good news that she gets. But it's before her own arrest.
Some messages to you. So.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I needed that just to make sure that he was okay.
Yeah, he's okay. He's there. I saw him this morning on the television. You know, he just had his first appearance, and I'm not sure when the bond hearing is going to be. Maybe sometime next week. Okay.
So he already had his first appearance?
Yes, he had his first appearance on television this morning. Okay.
Okay. That's with the judge, correct?
Yeah, that's with the judge, but on video. He wasn't actually there. He's just there on video. Okay, but I got to tell you, Katie, they've unsealed the probable cause affidavit.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the internet and stuff, and there's already stories about your involvement in the Tallahassee Democrat. Okay, just about what was in the probable cause affidavit.
In the okay, so my name is out there already?
Yes, yeah, your name is out there now. Okay.
That's already public record?
Yes, you knew it was going to happen. As soon as they published that DC affidavit, that was there already. You can go online, look in the Tallahassee Democrat or the AT, and you'll see the stories.
I don't I refrain from really looking online or anything. Just
okay.
I'm trying to focus on kids and
All right. Well, we'll keep you apprised. I just want to let you know it's out there, though. Okay.
Okay. Does that mean anything? Do I have to talk to Tom regarding anything?
I guess it's an attorney, right? He kind of speaks like but I think he's like a gangland attorney, right? Because originally when I heard this, I thought he was just like some thug friend of Sigfredo, but he's a little too highbrow for that. There's another thug friend of Sigfredo on another call, and it's then you can really tell that he's street, but this guy sounds a little more. Those are some educated words, right?
No, just call Tom today. Let him know that it's in and I'll talk to Tom too. Let him know that it's in the media there already.
Okay, would that mean that somebody's going to approach me, like media or something?
I don't know what they're going to do media-wise. I don't know.
Okay.
But, now that the allegation is out there about their family being...
Yeah, I'm just going through the comments and seeing these suggestions for the action figures, guys. So you squeeze Katie's hand and she says, "What?" Or, "It was wobbling. There's just so many players, actors in this case. A Georgia Kappelman action figure. I mean, come on. I think it's a really good idea. I want to be outside Leon County with a little table set up selling action dolls of Katie, Charlie, Donna, Harvey, Wendy, Jeff LaCasse. What would Jeff LaCasse line be? "We were in a Immokalee." I don't know. There's just so many. Judge Everett, a really big doll. You need a special box to put him in.
Involved in stuff. Now they're going to, go with a little bit of a frenzy for a day or two.
Judge Everett's comments would be, "I slept like a baby." Or, "If anyone brought a red velvet cake without enough to share, powers of contempt will be exercised."
So just stay away from any media, obviously, and don't talk to anybody. Okay?
Okay. All right. So my moving situation, I spoke to the landlord and everything. Is that going to be a problem? Like, I'm not going to get harassed where I'm at, right?
Okay. No, I don't think anybody's going to harass you.
Okay, no, because I just want to situate everything, and I'm already feeling a little weird with school with my kids because, parents and stuff, I want them away from that.
Yeah.
Especially now.
Oh, I missed some.
Out there now. His appearance, and I'm not sure when the bond hearing is going to be, maybe sometime next week. Okay.
So he already had his first appearance?
Yes, he had his first appearance on television this morning. Okay.
Okay. That's with the judge, correct?
Yeah, that's with the judge, but on video. He wasn't actually there. He's just there on video. Okay, but I got to tell you, Katie, they've unsealed the
Hey, look, Madeleine P says you could get one done at a 3D printing place. I think they are like 100-ish. Okay, I think that's going to be our goal on the channel for tonight, guys. I'm going to set that up now.
The probable cause affidavit.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the internet and stuff, and there's already stories about your involvement in the Tallahassee Democrat. Okay, just what was in the probable cause affidavit.
In the okay, so my name is out there already?
Yes, yeah, your name is out there now. Okay.
That's already public record?
Yes, you know what's going to happen. As soon as they publish that PC affidavit, that was there already. You can go on.
Hey, thanks so much, your latex spouse, for the super chat. Latex spouse says, thank you for the Adelson coverage, Metrix. Cheers, everyone, and we're not onto 2025. Donna's going down. Hashtag Donna's going down. We think so. She doesn't seem to think so. Did you hear the letter at the beginning of the show? When I am released, I will be still working as an inmate's advocate. Someone needs to stand up to the many injustices here. Unbelievable. Donna, you're not coming out, sweetie. Okay? That's your life now. Concrete shitbox, walking around the beds. Okay? That's it.
Online, look in the Tallahassee Democrat or the AT, and you'll see the stories.
I don't I refrain from really looking online or anything. Just
okay.
Trying to focus on kids and
All right. Well, we'll keep you apprised. I just want to let you know it's out there, though. Okay.
Okay. Does that mean anything? Do I have to talk to Tom regarding anything?
No, just call Tom today. Let him know that it's in the, and I'll talk to Tom too. Let him know that it's in the media there already.
Okay. Would that mean that somebody's gonna post me, like media or something?
I don't know what they're going to do media-wise. I don't know.
Okay.
But, now that the allegation is out there.
Carrie Brooke asks, is that Mr. Hand Grenade? No, it's not. I know it's not. I've listened to Mr. Hand Grenade too much to know that's not his voice.
About their family be involved in stuff. Now they're going to, go with a little bit of a frenzy for a day or two. So just stay away from any media, obviously, and don't talk to anybody. Okay?
Okay. All right. So my moving situation, I spoke to the landlord and everything. Is that going to be a problem? Like, I'm not going to get harassed where I'm at, right?
Okay. No, I don't think anybody's going to harass you.
Okay. No, because I just want to situate everything, and I'm already feeling a little weird with school with my kids because parents and stuff. I want them away from that.
Yeah.
Especially now my name. So.
Right. All right, I'll keep you advised, okay?
Okay. Are you going to be up there?
Yes, I'm going up there for the bond hearing.
Are you going to be up there in Broward? Are you going to see Taco? I was with Taco up in Broward.
I don't know when that's going to be set yet.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Just let me know whatever else pops up.
Yeah. The bond hearing. Well, I don't think there's going to be a bond.
I will. Take care.
And the other stuff it's still sealed, right? Any other thing that need to...
We don't have any other evidence other than those 6 pages that I let you read. That's the only thing that's out there so far. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Man, just imagine the stress, huh? Sigfredo's been busted. Your involvement has been mentioned in the Tallahassee Democrat. The castle walls are crumbling around you. Just that emotion of impending doom when you know something is coming. That's one of my least favorite emotions of the human spectrum at all. I mean, it's a tough one. And Katie, she's ended her lease. She's trying to sell her furniture quickly and get out of Dodge. I think she's... Where did she go? Did she move up with her brother in a different state? I can't really remember.
Hey, what's up, hon?
Nothing. I'm in plantation.
Nice.
What are you up to?
I'm headed to Miami.
Oh, here we go. This is June.
For?
I'm gonna meet up with Adam.
Call with June Chinder, right?
And Mike.
Mike for the third night in a row.
No. Mike's from the company. Mike's
Oh.
from New York, different Mike. So he's
I
in
don't
town
even
now.
know Adam.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever met Adam. So, no, but that's
I don't
cool.
know Mike either.
Man, Charlie was just running circles around June. Bless her, you know. Talk about an easy mark for a predator like Charlie.
Mike's the one. Mike's the one who's got not Mike. Adam's one. Where I went up to see the fight from the company.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who I went up with.
June Chinder's going to be another fantastic action figure. Oh, we need to do that goal.
Oh, and then both Mikes or whatever.
Yeah, well, we have more than one Mike.
I heard you talking in the morning to Adam about, like, telling you not to say it on your phone or something. Is that who you're talking to?
Yeah. I thought. So anyway, nothing big. I hate talking on the phone. So yeah. So don't. And I'll say anything to you. I no longer trust my phone. I'll leave it at that. So anyway, what's
Did someone tap your phone?
I think Martians from outer space, hon. You know about the Martians?
Babe, I'm freaking exhausted. I can't sleep at 3 a.m. tonight again for the fourth night in a row.
That's because you're not used to dating an animal.
I mean, I know you.
What do you think's a better goal to do? We need to. The goal, if we get 100, apparently we can get a 3D printed prototype for $100 of a Dan Markel action figure. Do you think it's better to do 10 at 10 or 20 at 5? I think it's better to do 10 at 10. That's what we're doing.
Got up the same time as me. We went to bed at the same time, but every day I get up at this time. You get to sleep in like some days. Probably tomorrow as well.
Look, when you go home. By the way, I got two different steaks from last night in my fridge. Mike was staying at the hotel, so he wasn't going to eat the steak. He didn't eat all of it. So I got two different steaks in the fridge, and I got the steak from the other night from the Japanese place in the fridge too. So I got 3 steaks in the fridge.
So you're trying to
lay down for like an hour, and then work out. I just don't even do anything. Like, shut your phone off. Come over, like, when you get down with your parents, come over to my house, lay down for an hour, eat a little snack, and then, like, just work out. You got the gym right there.
I know, babe, but I like cardio.
What's that?
I do cardio at the gym. Like, that's my thing.
So, have you ever done jumping jacks? Do 1,000 jumping jacks.
My boobs hurt.
Oh, my God. Listen to that. Where's the fucking video?
You're pregnant.
Charlie just says, yeah, come over. We've got the gym at the house. She's like, no, I like to do cardio. I'm guessing Charlie's gym is just a bench and, some free weights and, like, that's it. But June needs the cardio. She wants the rowing machine and the treadmill and what else is cardio? He's like, do 1,000 jumping jacks. My boobs hurt.
I'm meeting him in his office first. Yeah, we'll probably just eat something local.
Oh, you're just going to dinner?
Yeah, we're just going to go to dinner and like discuss business shit. So let me take care of your stuff. Say hi to your mom for me. Yeah.
Is that it? Okay. We got another one. I'm kind of liking this. I'm kind of liking this. Are people liking this? Leave a like on the video. Big thumb. Big thumb. Oh, hey, we got like 104 watching. Good job. Good job. Good job. Let's get those likes rolling in, guys. Big thumb. Yeah, we got a bunch of never before heard wiretap calls. How great is that? Oh, what's this one?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, so I just spent fucking 10 minutes on the phone with the pharmacist. Fucking retards they have working there. Like, she couldn't understand my name.
Okay, this is... it sounds like Katie's kid has got a toothache. And, you know, Charlie is doing her a favor to speak to a pharmacist and get her some medication. But basically, he's just guessing. I don't know why he wouldn't, like, assess the problem himself. Obviously, he's very busy. But, yeah, he just, like, oh, if it says 3 times a day on the bottle, you'll see.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
But you can just tell how put out Charlie feels when he's got to, like, help someone else other than himself.
Okay, so I just spent fucking 10 minutes on the phone with the pharmacist.
That sounds like a really short call with the pharmacist to me. Usually if I'm pissed off after a call with a call center or something, it's like, oh man, I just spent fucking 45 minutes or an hour and a half on the phone. He's like, 10 minutes. I just spent 10 fucking minutes on the phone with this retard pharmacist. That's quick. Like, that's really quick.
Fucking retards they have working there. Like, she couldn't understand my name. She couldn't understand my DEA number. She couldn't understand your last name. She couldn't.
When I'm in the system, like, hello.
I kept spelling it with a B, and she kept putting B, and I kept saying B as in boy. She still didn't understand it. B as in boy is a fucking B. So, long story short, you're all good. I put him for 3 times a day. How much does he weigh?
I have no idea. How much do you weigh, Ethan? Do you know? Do you know how much you weigh? 55 pounds? This is like 55.
55?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Give him. It says give it 3 times a day. Just give it 2 times.
2, right? But look,
yeah.
I don't think have it upset your stomach and stuff. So I'll
yeah,
give it
so
to him
you
twice.
can give him, like, if it says, like, give him 2 teaspoons, give him a teaspoon and a half, and then just do it twice a day.
But do you think I should? Because I even told the stupid doctor, whatever, I hate her so much, bro. I wanted to choke her. But when I got on the phone, her attitude changed. Because I was, like, talking to another office, and I was saying, yeah, I used to work for him or whatever, and I'm like, her attitude completely changed. She was like, oh, shit, like, she knows people, or the specialist. Because I was like, yeah, my best friend is a periodontist. Like, that's why I kept taking pictures or whatever. She's, like, wondering.
Thank you, Victoria Girl, and thank you, Ryden, for the Adelson Doll Fund.
Why, like, I want to know so bad, like, And then when I got on the phone to make an appointment for the endodontist and she heard the name, her voice changed.
Like anything, it's like washing a car, but you know that a professional.
Oh, absolutely. I forgot about the stair climber, your late ex-spouse. Totally, right? On the easiest setting. You can put it on, like, Mountain Peak or whatever. Absolutely. That machine is all where June is. Absolutely.
Retailer is going to be looking at it when you get home.
Mm-hmm. And then they talk. Exactly. And then they talk, and they'll be like, oh, my God, how did you not
Or
get
no,
that
it's
up?
not even they talk. They'll call you up directly and say, what'd you do?
Yeah. So,
anyway, so where we're at.
Wait. But look, she didn't even want me. I was like, should I start him on amoxicillin? And she's like, no, I don't think you should. And I was like, I'm not listening to you.
Fuck, you're not going to hurt him with amoxicillin.
Exactly.
So instead of, like...
Yeah. That's the thing I don't understand. It's like it comes in swerves. Like he'll cry like hysterically.
No, it's abscess.
And then,
no, it's Katie. Listen to me. It is abscess.
okay.
You there? There's
Yeah,
a clear abscess there. So I would do that, and then also give him an ibuprofen. Take an ibuprofen, grind it up, and put it with some applesauce on a spoon, and let him take it that way.
Don't give him like the liquid. Like
the liquid, and then
I know, but I'm saying
the Motrin with the amoxicillin. I'll be feeling so much better tomorrow.
okay. I
But
hope
really,
so, bro.
you have to have it in your system for 24 hours for it to really help out. But at least you'll get him started with it, okay?
But do you think that's why he feels it in swerves? Like right now he's fine, he's eating.
Katie, it's abscess. Yeah.
So it's like it hurts and then like it goes away and then it hurts him like really bad again and it goes away.
Uh-huh.
I never had an abscess, so I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be weird, but no, I could see it clear as day. It's an abscess tooth.
The adverse effect on him, and I was like, this is not good.
No.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Okay. Benadryl.
you can always, I hate doing it, but you could always take a quarter of your bar
I know.
and break it, and then break it into
If I had, I swear, that's another thing. If I had, I would.
Well, now he's talking about giving the kid Xanax as well. So he's guessing the weight of the child, right? Yeah, just give him 2 instead of 3. Yeah, take a quarter of your bar and give him that, and blow dope smoke in his face. That's coming.
Like the whole family would be on fucking Xanax. Why don't you just blow some weed in his face? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, why don't we just inject him with an opiate? Talk to your smack dealer and get the kid on Skag.
Dude, who are you?
I'm kidding. But I got he's got the drugs. He's fine. Let him get started on it. And if you don't think it'll cause anything, you can tell him it was from me. When you open up the present.
Okay.
Remember the person?
You're scaring me. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna open it now before. I don't know, because you're scaring me.
Was it in your car or is it your house?
It's in my house. But like I hid it.
Well, go fucking look what's in there, and tell me if it's okay for his birthday present.
Okay.
All right.
Where's my birthday present?
You get nothing.
Ah.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Dude,
you got I got you tickets to the concert.
I know. Thank you. As I said, thank you.
Where's my birthday? It's not your birthday today. Wait your turn.
Whatever. Yeah, it's my daughter's birthday.
I hope it feels
It's your other goddaughter. It's your goddaughter's birthday at the end of the month.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
I've got all these people that want me to adopt them.
No, well, you already know my kids say
I got like 60-year-old women in offices saying, "Where's your kids?" I go, "I don't have any." They go, "Can you adopt me?" I'll send you a Father's Day card. It's fucking amazing. I got Scotty wants to be me adopted. I got like 8 people that want to be adopted.
I want to be adopted, but you want to adopt
I know.
me? Adopt my kids. You're their godfather.
I feel the love.
You're the godfather.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
This is nuts, right? I mean, where do you start with digging through the levels of this content that we're listening to? But if anyone's got another request, guys, for a video to cover, because we don't have any visual aids, and I like visual aids. Lightning bolt in the comments. Oh, here's a 23-minute call. What is this? I think this is a good one.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hey.
So.
Thank you, Mary.
You know what? Just leave it. I wanted to
where's the
confuse
pause?
because I have a lot of shit
Pause.
to tell you.
All right.
Mary Bartlett says, "I think this coffee should be for soap." Is she snoring? I could never hear her because I have the headphones, but yeah. Soap? What do you want? A mocha? A latte? A chai latte? Okay, we can make that happen. Thank you, Mary, for the coffee.
But, I mean, like, you're all the way far west. And it's like, I don't know what time I'm going to get out. Or, no, you're Pembroke.
Pembroke Pines, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just that even though I'm, like, sunny out, getting back, I might have to get the kids. Like, I don't know yet. Like, I could tell him, but he got home really late at night. Because it was so funny, okay? And of course, remember I told you somebody passed away?
Yeah.
And apparently, you know, obviously everybody knew this kid. And for some reason, this girl ended up with my friend's sister, which they don't know each other until they were at some bar, and then she calls. I forgot to tell you that she called me like 2 or 3 days ago, blowing up my phone, like, out of the blue, right? Like, I haven't spoken to her in a long time, but it's because I knew she did that because remember I had a confrontation in the bar, and supposedly that was her roommate.
Right.
So she's a little gossiper, so I guess she wanted to know the cheese man because when I didn't talk to this guy for a long time, but then I spoke to my friend, and he's like, yeah, I spoke to her. She was blowing up my phone in the morning, so I was like, who the fuck is this? And she's like, oh, how do you not know? Whatever. My phone changed. He doesn't save the number, you know what I mean?
Right.
So she's like, oh, yeah, that was my ex-roommate, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, he told her, he's like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I really don't care for this. Like, I don't care who she was, but she just needed to be out of the freaking bar. Like, she obviously, like, was going to get her ass whooped already, you know?
Yeah.
So, but what a coinky dinky, right? So I was like, put a couple scenarios together, and this he got up so late because he's like, no, I don't want my sister sleeping. Her sister's older sister was like, oh, I'm gonna I let her stay over the house. This other girl said, like, I let her stay over my house. Like, you don't even fucking know if I'm a kind of pain. So it was just weird. And then the conversation that they had, she's like, oh, I didn't do it. I was like, what do you mean? What do you didn't do it? My friend was like, I just want to see the little girls, you know? Like, the way it's coming up, I don't know if, like, we're just being, like, cautious about everything. But I have to know the rest of the thing because they had gotten home really late. Like, I was knocked out, and I was, like, going in and out of my seat because I was getting nervous at the same time. He's like, oh, I'm going to show up to this place, so-and-so. And he's like, I'm going to go pick up my sister because I don't want my sister sleeping over whatever. Like, she fell asleep in my house. Like, when I woke up, like, she was downstairs on the couch.
All right.
So I'm going to pick her up. But the thing is, he's making it play out, and it seems like everybody's, like, everybody's, like, off guard with him.
All of a sudden, yeah.
Everybody's fucking, like, scared.
That's pretty ironic.
You know, so it's like, and then the thing was, how come you're not picking up the phone now? Blowing up the phone, this nigga had the guts.
It's a little quiet, isn't it?
To go on her phone and make a call from her phone. Nobody picked up. And then, I don't know. I don't know the rest of the story, whatever it is, or if my name is really on anything, or if they're even talking about me. But whatever it is, whatever games is going on, I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah. Pretty a lot.
So this is post bump, right? And it's just so funny because, you know, Katie, you know, Charlie is saying to Katie this thing happened, and maybe it's one, you know, someone ran their mouth, right? And it's just so funny because Katie really wants to be this Latin queen, ghetto bitch, whatever games are going on, I'm gonna figure it out. They just made a big mistake. And hello, it's the FBI, and they're listening to this. It's so funny.
Like,
And if obviously you hear anything, because now it's like, now remember I told you I was like, apparently that the message, the voicemail now is in Spanish. So he responded back in Spanish.
yeah.
Hey, anyone just joining us in the chat, we've got a goal at the top of the chat, and the goal is, if we raise $100, we're going to have a action figure prototype made of Professor Markel, 3D printed. Our good friend, I can't remember who it was, sorry. Who was it? I think it was, it was my latex spouse in the comments suggested that we could have that made for about $100 from a company that 3D prints. So, like, I for one would love to see it. And if it's something that we could actually put into production for a limited edition, we are only going to know that after we make the prototype. I want to see it made. You want to see it made. You know, let's try and reach that goal at the top of the chat, guys. We need another 9 contributions of $10. Is that a lot to ask? Is that too much? Am I too pushy? I don't know. But, you know, we set goals, and if we achieve them, we achieve them. If we don't, that's okay too.
You know? Like, and I wasn't good, like you said, or whatever. And he's like he said, like, some niche shit, like, oh, like, like, where the fuck it is, whatever, fucking playing fucking games, I'll fucking fuck you up in your motherfucking ass, I'll fucking mess.
Oh yeah. You know that she's tough because she says fuck a lot, right? Whoever's playing fucking games, whoever's fucking around, I'm gonna fuck you up in your motherfucking asshole. Fuck. Yeah, okay. Too much TV, Katie. The most dangerous people are the quietest people.
All right.
I'm gonna pick her up. But the thing is, he's making it play out, and it seems like everybody's like everybody's like off guard with him.
All of a sudden,
Everybody's fucking like scared.
That's pretty ironic.
You know, so it's like, and then the thing was, how come you're not picking up the phone now? Throwing up the phone, this nigga had the guts to go on her phone and make a call from her phone. Nobody picked up. And then, I don't know the rest of the story, whatever it is, or if my name is really on anything, or if they're even talking about me. But whatever it is, whatever games is going on, I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah. Pretty ironic.
And if obviously you hear anything, because now it's like, now remember I told you I was like, apparently that.
Yes, it's Adelson week, and I think we're doing the full month of February as well. Riding shotgun. You know, it's like, why not? I love the Adelson content. We're doing well, as daily as we can, you know. We want to do it every day. We try to do it every day. Sometimes more than once. So please, subscribe to the channel. If Adelson content is your thing, this is the place to be, right? I mean, we're even making action figures. Yeah, we got a case management hearing on February 11th coming out on Donna's trial, and it's only 126 days to jury selection. Can you imagine? I mean, that is like nothing.
Message, the voicemail now is in Spanish, so he responded back in Spanish.
Yeah.
You know, like, and I wasn't rude, like you said, or whatever, and he's like, Like he said, like some new shit, like, oh, like, like, where the fuck it is, whatever, fucking playing fucking games, I'll fucking fuck you up in your motherfucking ass, I'll fucking mess with my fucking family. It's gonna be a big fucking problem.
The accent being from where it came from, there's not a lot of that. I mean,
it's the same accent. He said, I said it, and I was like,
oh, hang on. We've got breaking news. Donna has a motion hearing scheduled for tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. EST. They just scheduled it yesterday. She will not be transported for the hearing. It will only last for 15 minutes. Will it be televised? If it's televised, we're covering it live at 10:30 EST tomorrow. What time is that for me? That'll be 3:30 in the afternoon. Okay, we can do that. We're doing that. If it's on, we're on.
The same voice. So now it's being detected. The thing is, like, I'm so cautious about everything else, you know?
yeah, no, for sure.
That's one scenario. But, you know, you got to figure out other things just in case.
It's one of two.
It can only be one of two, apparently. It's
Right.
somebody that's desperate, not from the inside, because there's too much from the inside that the other person knows from the outside, so
Right.
they won't risk it. That's why I know for
Hi, Kim. How you doing, Kim? Good to see you, Kim.
a fact it's not from the inside. It's somebody trying to be greedy. Probably, you know, hey, everybody knew who I've dated in the past and stuff. I've had a couple boyfriends, you know,
Yeah.
but some stick out. Who knows?
It's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
It's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer. Because we have layers, you know. It's like a cake. It's like a murder conspiracy cake. So we're the first layer, and then there's the second layer, okay? And then the third layer is Georgia Kappelman, okay? Yeah, it's not the first layer. It's the second layer. It's the butterscotch layer.
Yeah, and they just made a big mistake. So don't fucking worry. Don't worry. Regardless, whatever bullshit is happening.
And you can tell that Charlie is not exactly buying this. He's being very cautious on the phone, right? Well, sort of, a little. He's trying. He's not talking as much as he normally does. He's listening. And you can tell, Katie would not be selling me that she's got this thing under control. You know, she's trying to come off all fucking gangster, like, oh, we're gonna motherfucking fuck you up in your motherfucking ass. You know, it's like, yeah, okay. A lot of talk, right? But, yeah, Charlie's not exactly buying that Katie's got this thing under control at all. And I don't think he's impressed.
It will be taken care of.
You know, I'm amazed that this call wasn't played, as far as I know, in Charlie's trial. Because how does this fit into his defense, which was, the extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke, so I was trying to keep her happy. And our relationship actually got stronger. I mean, in the context of this call that we're listening to, where, you know, that would have crushed his defense. I'm amazed that it wasn't played in court.
For the mere fact that I don't like anybody disrespecting your family, scaring your family after everything you guys have been through. You know, you've told me stuff that's happened before, so it's not like I'm oblivious to it.
No, it's out there. It's out there everywhere anyway.
I know, but I'm saying, like, you mentioned stuff to me too. Obviously, like, I've never probed you on it because that's some personal shit. Like,
yeah,
that's like none of my business.
I just want it to stop.
I'm hoping that I'm on the right lead. And either way, my friend said that either way, no matter what, if for some reason he is wrong or whatever, like, whatever way it is, it's going to go down, like, he takes full responsibility of whatever, just because for the mere fact of my name.
Yeah, but listen, there's nothing of that sorts.
No, but I'm saying if somebody gets their ass whooped, somebody gets, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if someone has to get their ass whooped, they have to get their ass whooped.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you show face, and when you show face, and everybody's a little stunned.
Yeah, I don't think.
I'm a good reader of people, but some people are just really, really good at it, and I guess that's one talent that they have. One of the many talents. Let me not be phony.
Well, I can't wait to find out.
Did she just say that I'm a good reader of people?
Like,
has anyone picked that up from Katie ever? She's like this clairvoyant over here.
Whatever way it is, it's going to go down. Like, he takes full responsibility of whatever, just because for the mere fact of my name.
Yeah, but listen, nothing of that sorts.
No, but I'm saying if somebody gets their ass whooped, somebody gets, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if someone has to get their ass whooped, they have to get their ass whooped.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you show face, and everybody's a little stunned.
Yeah, I don't think.
I'm a good reader of people, but some people are.
Thank you, Victoria Girl, for the helping us meet the target. Yeah, we can do it, guys. We just need another 8 target finders. Hit us up on the goal. Dan Markel action figure, printed, 3D printed. You know, the cash isn't for me. It's for all of us, right? All of us want to see the full range. Can you just imagine? Like, if we had a full range of every player in this case with nice collector's edition in the box action figures of Katie Magbanua, Dan Markel, Wendy Adelson, Charlie Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Georgia Kappelman, Judge Everett, Dan Rashbaum. God, what is he going to say? Puzzle pieces. Oh. The only way you're getting out of jail, ma'am, is in a box. I think he's going to need an extra memory chip in the doll for all of the quotes that we can give Daniel Rashbaum. You know, finger sniffing Daniel Rashbaum. Who else have we got? Jeff Lacasse, Luis Rivera, Sigfredo. Yeah, we can do one of him as well. I mean, he doesn't say too much. But we do have a couple of calls with him. Talking gangster. Who else? Ison, brilliant, yeah. Covered in fudge. You know, he'll have an extra thing in the box, a huge mud pie. Oh, a new member. Thank you, new member. Who is that? We'll have to check that.
Just really, really good at it. And
yeah, help us reach our goal at the top. We're 2 out of 10, and we're on the way to winning. How much longer have we got? We've got 2 hours and 29 minutes to reach the goal. We can do it. You can do it. Top of the chat.
One talent that they have. One of the many talents. Let me not be phony.
Well, I can't wait to find out.
I know, me too. And I really feel bad if they're not even talking about me. Because this has become my issue now.
Yeah.
As a friend, I'm doing it because of the mere fact that I don't think any parent should be harassed.
Nope.
So I completely, understand where you're coming from, but sometimes you got to step back and listen to what I got to say, too.
Okay.
Because there's always different scenarios to everything.
Yeah, no, it's not just always as it seems.
Exactly. So let me caution you to fucking never know. There's fucking people that will try to fuck you over every fucking day.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I think Katie just, this is how I see it. She knew Sigfredo from high school, right? And she was hanging around with the bad boys, smoking some weed with the bad boys, whatever. And just got sucked into this kind of, it's like a style thing, right? It's like, you just get, it became Katie's thing to be like this ghetto girl, right? Too much TV. I think she's from a pretty, good family, as far as I remember, It's like she's not really from the street. But it just became this thing for her to be like, I'm going to fuck you up. I'm going to wobble you out of the fucking, it's like, it's stylistic to her. But unfortunately, that style got someone killed. And, now she's paying the price, right?
For all you know, it's a fucking patient. Maybe they
Look.
see me.
For all you know, it's a fucking patient. Yeah, I'm sure that a patient of Charlie Adelson's heard about Dan Markel on the news and then approached Donna in the street and said, Mrs. Adelson, we helped your family with this problem up north, and my brother Taco, he's incarcerated, he's going through some tough times, and he's not been taken care of. Help Taco out. Help his family out, like you've been helping Katie and Tudo, man. This ain't going away. Yeah, I'm sure that's a patient, Katie. For all you know, it's a patient.
In a dental office in the beach before, where I used to, Who knows?
No, it could be a lot of things.
That's what I'm saying. You never know. That's why you got to throw a couple of things out there.
Hey, thanks so much, Mary. How on earth did Charlie trust Katie to be the mastermind of his criminal enterprise? It's unbelievable, right? Thanks so much for the coffees, Mary. Can't believe he trusted this broad.
You can't just be fixated on one thing. But, people crack. So.
Yeah, oh no.
Tay, hey Tay, how you doing? Tay says June 3rd, cannot get here soon enough. I agree, Tay. Are you coming? Are you coming up from Gainesville?
It's gonna come. Things always come out. I mean, somebody's gonna be fucking someone. They're gonna be running their mouth. Someone will get mad at somebody, and then they'll start saying, "Hey, you know who this was?" And then,
whatever it is, that's what I'm telling you. Just let me say things out of the blue. You know what I mean? Let me throw some.
Let me say things out of the blue. The blue. It's got to come out of the blue. I really want to spend some time and master, Katie's accents or the way she talks. Because, if I could just turn it on and then say everything exactly like her, we can pick that up out of the blue. Blue.
Stuff out there. Because you can't be fixated on just one thing. Because then it seems like you know too much, which we don't know shit.
We don't know shit.
I agree.
So if I say something, it doesn't mean necessarily, I'm not a psychic. If I was a psychic, I would have fucking known who's harassing you or me or whoever the fuck it is. Because if they have a problem, That's the first thing. Because the next car is going to be the fucking feds. It is. Because it's too much.
Yep. And that's, I mean, that's like the next step.
So, but this is what I'm saying to you again. Just listen to what I say. Don't always go against it. Don't take it to the heart. Don't make it seem like that's really what I mean. Read between the lines. And go with the flow.
Go with the flow, into the blue.
I definitely will.
The sky is apparently blue, right? So some people might think it's a little green. Some people think it's white because of the clouds.
The sky is blue, right? But some people might think it's a little green. Some people think it's white because of the clouds. What is that? What value is that statement? Is she trying to say that we don't know what other people really see? And that blue to me might be purple to you, and it's just an agreement that we call blue? I mean, it's... What is that? The sky is blue, right? But some people might think it's a little green. Some people think it's white because of the clouds. There's no value there whatsoever. It's just waffle. Wobbly waffle.
Just let me say it. Got it?
Yep.
Your late ex-spouse says, is anyone close enough to attend Donna's trial in Tallahassee? I had plans to attend and had to cancel my hotel reservations when the shit got changed. I was so pissed, but I'm going for sure. Great, your late ex-spouse. Yeah, there's a bunch of us going. I'm coming from Portugal. That's far. Our good friend Neverly Darlin, moderator, is coming from California. That's almost as far traveling as me. Wow, it really is, isn't it? America's wide. Yeah, we got Spacey Dove coming up from West Palm, which is a little closer, but still a long drive. Yeah, there's people coming down from Maryland, maybe, and other places. What about Ryden out of Wichita? Are you coming, Ryden?
I miss our old chats.
I know, me too.
I feel like we need fireside chat. Just sit by the fireplace and like talk about politics. Eat bonbons all day.
One thing you never talk about to people is politics and religion. Yeah. You will never, ever
win. Listen, you know the two things that I fucking can't stand? Religion and politics.
You'll always be my third favorite Jew.
Mm-hmm.
Should I have no motherfucking gas? How is that?
As long as T.I. doesn't convert.
Do you think he'll ever go for me?
I'm just saying, I don't want him to be Jewish. Then I got knocked down to number 4.
Oh yeah. T.I.
You know, it's going to be T.I., then Jesus, then Drake. Jesus.
I've never heard of this rapper T.I. I've never heard of him. I've only heard of Drake by way of reference.
He's going to number 2.
Oh.
There's no way. There's no way. But okay, but if you had a choice.
I don't go to church every Sunday, but I do. I have my kids do pray. They have their little prayer at night, and I.
But mom, if you had your choice, T.I. or Jesus, right now, put it out there.
Hey, nobody's.
You can spend the night with Jesus or a night with T.I. Pick one now, quick.
That's a little scary. scary to spend the night with Jesus. Like, what is he gonna let me know, and what is he gonna show me? Like, I don't want to know.
I just asked you. You're trying to defend the fact that you'd rather spend the night with T.I.
I just don't want to go to hell for saying I want to go sleep with T.I. instead. Like, I wear a bracelet.
Well, Katie, you won't be going to hell for that. I mean, maybe murdering Professor Markel would be higher on the list.
It has, like, all the freaking stains and stuff. Freaking... Yeah, put that
I gotta get you one with. I gotta get you one of those little bracelets with T.I.'s picture on it.
You're such a dick. I swear to God.
You know I know you. Wouldn't it be awesome if they sold that? I swear to God, I would buy that for you. People are like, oh, what saint is that? That's Saint T.I.
Regular store, and then like you see a fucking bracelet that has T.I. all over it. Yo, a fucking chomp like out of the I swear to God, if that shit like.
Yeah, Denise Williams is at Lowell. I mean, there's actually a surprisingly limited amount of women's prisons. You know, places where they would be, and then there's different categories. I think there's a total of, in Florida, there's like 5 prisons that are the Department of Corrections. Obviously, you've got your county jails and all that, but you know, as far as where you go to serve a sentence, there's like, I think there's 5 institutions in Florida for women, and basically Lowell is the main one. You know, there's other stuff for federal, and there's other stuff for low security and stuff like that. I had the list, but I can't remember right now. But yeah, basically Denise Williams is in Lowell, Sarah Boone is in Lowell, Katie Magbanua is in Lowell, Dalia DiPolito is in Lowell. I mean, it's so funny that we follow these cases and we learn about these people, and they're all in the same fucking building, you know? It doesn't necessarily mean that they meet each other, because there's different pods and different, you know, schedules and stuff like that. You know, they might not rub shoulders at all. It's a big place. I think Lowell has, I can't remember. I think maybe it's thousands of inmates. 2,000, 3,000, I can't remember. Yeah, but they are under the same roof, and the guards would certainly know, you know, different people.
Coincidence just happens too much. It's like, bro, I fucking jump off a cliff.
That's awesome. So I will leave that. Hey, is that number really tatted on your side?
Yes.
Do you know that's been the code to my garage for the last, 6 years?
Oh, my God. Why? Can I ask?
It was just, when I set it up, it just looked like an easy number, like the configuration. So that's where you got that number from?
Yep. I was like, I will never forget your code. I was like, I'm going to be able to go inside this house whatever I want.
That's really, you know, like,
come on, man.
When I was a kid, we used to write numbers down on our hands so we didn't forget.
Nope, now I get my tattooed.
Great. You don't have, no cell numbers, social security numbers, written anywhere on you?
Written, maybe some coordinates, which I really do want to get. I'm going to get the coordinates of where I was born.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That
oh
is
my
cool,
God,
right?
this
Isn't
shit,
it,
yeah.
I think that's
Yeah, I'm going to get a tattoo with the coordinates of where I was born. I mean, that is such an obvious, just fashionable thing, you know. You see that on a celebrity or an Instagram, and then it's like, that's meaningful. I'm going to get the coordinates tattooed on my body of where I was born. Okay. Why? Like, why? What is the purpose of that?
Idea, because I don't like. Yeah, I got like a freaking bee, which like was a little stupid, but it's like a spur of the moment thing, and I wanted it. And it was cute, and it was like.
So she got a tattoo of a bee. That bitch can sting.
It looks good in my back, anyways.
And yeah, it's just one bee.
No, but it meant something too, like.
Well, it's better than a mosquito.
But
you don't want to fuck with a bee. A mosquito, no one cares. A mosquito, everyone just walks over. And
you know what?
Claps.
A bee dies when they sting somebody. When a bee stings another bee, whatever, they die.
All right.
It's not. It's not when a bee stings another bee. It's bumblebees, and it's when they sting. Apparently.
I love to fucking sting people.
Did you know the human brain weighs 8 pounds?
What? Yeah.
Did you know that bees can smell fear?
That bees can smell fear?
You ever seen that scene in Jerry Maguire where the kid keeps going to Tom Cruise and he's like, did you know that bees can smell fear? Did you know that the human head weighs 8 pounds? Yeah, he starts doing all that shit to him, but that's one of the things he said.
Do you know that your hand is supposed to be the same length as, your reach is supposed to be the same length as your feet, right? Or your length of your legs?
Your head, yeah. That means your height.
It makes no sense. That makes no sense to me because my reach, I don't know.
Your wingspan, I think.
Your wingspan, sorry, yeah. Not forward, wingspan.
Oh, where's your wingspan?
Sometimes, the blondness does get to me. It sinks into my hair. But you also know that it is Friday. That is so fucking weird. Isn't that kind of scary? That your shit is on my fucking ribs.
My garage door code? My garage door code's been there for 6 years. So. Well, at least you won't forget.
Very significant number. I told you. How did you not know when I told you what I got? I guess you put 2 and 2 together.
Thanks, Ryden.
You didn't think about your fucking code.
I don't think I.
You've seen it. I've showed you.
Yeah.
Did you call the police? Oh, I think after this call, maybe we should go to Rashbaum. Let's do it, right? I want to see Rashbaum. I miss Rashbaum. I'm sorry to say it, everybody, but I really do. What is with that guy? Maybe he'll be attending Donna's trial. They've got this kind of mother-son thing going on. It wouldn't be a conflict of interest if he was just in the gallery, right? I could be sitting next to Daniel Rashbaum. You were afraid of my clients. I'm sure you were. Did you call the police?
I think I was just trying to read it. I wasn't focused on the numbers.
Of course, yeah, no, but it's Roman numerals. You're gonna know it. Okay, people are
Oh, it's Roman numerals. I can't read Roman numerals.
You can't read regular numbers.
I can read. They're in numbers or Roman numerals?
No, both. You can't do either.
So I'm gonna put that stuff back in the.
Oh, by the way.
Shardrake Nobles. Thank you, Victoria girl. Yes, with the plaid shirt, the red plaid shirt, and that crazy necklace he has, and the beard. Oh my God! Yeah, we got to do that. You see, the list is endless, seemingly endless. Sarah Dugan, Tara Kawas, Christopher DeCoste, Judge Wheeler, Judge Hankinson. Hangman Hankinson. There's just so many. I'm really going to write a list for our action figure doll. Hey, guys, come on. Help us reach our goal at the top. We want to get this 3D printing done. I think, should we start with Professor Markel? I think it's appropriate that the first one be Professor Markel. And I really will install it on my dashboard. You know, like some Mexican cab drivers have Mother Mary on the dashboard? That's going to be me, but with Professor Markel instead. And, yeah, I just think it's a really great idea. Apparently we can get it done for $100. We've got 3 out of 10 on our goal at the top of the chat, guys. Let's try and get another 7. I think we've got about 2 hours to reach our goal.
My friend also said, like, I don't know, out of the blue too. He's like, you know what, we should just take a vacation this weekend.
Wait, you're breaking up. Say it again.
My friend was telling me, it's like, yeah, we should just take like a little thing to take out the kids this weekend. And I was like, okay.
Let me ask you this. Do you want to... They called me again from the morning. So you want me to just tell them negative, right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'll get something, and I'm going to take the kids.
Yeah, do that.
I'm pissed off at his mom anyways, even though his mom has been calling me every fucking day.
All right. Yeah, I actually... I don't even think I called them back because they fucking pissed me off. They took a month to get back to me.
Yeah, no, screw that shit. Don't worry
I'm
about
just going to tell them, fuck it.
I'll figure it out. I'll say it to them.
Okay. Well, you guys will you'll have fun. I never got a chance to go to Hallmark, so forgive me.
It's okay.
But I wrote a little poem.
You're so poetic now.
Well,
you know, you buy your girlfriend teddy bears, you get flowers.
She's talking about June, right? He bought a teddy bear for June and flowers for June.
First of all, she wanted a Louis.
A Louis Vuitton?
But you bought flowers. Trust me.
Yeah. She wanted a Louis, and Charlie got her some flowers. Probably Ali Abulaban flowers. 6 roses from the gas station. 3 of them dead already. You know?
Freaking. You think I don't know? I know everything. I know places you go to. I know stuff.
Oh, fuck. I did buy flowers.
Yeah. You're fucked. Remember the last time that shit happened?
What? The flowers?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the one and only time. The one and only time I buy flowers. That's why I don't buy flowers anymore.
Well, you just did.
Well, I was in big trouble. I had to buy flowers.
That was a makeup. I'm sorry, flowers.
That was I fucked up.
That's even worse. I said that's even worse.
I know, the only time. Yeah, look at the one time I bought you flowers.
Yeah, like, hello. That was exciting.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Oh, God.
I thought it was pretty exciting. I think I'm a very exciting person.
That was exciting. Who knew the Lexus could drive so fast with a 1,200-pound ski on the back? I had a fucking jet ski on the back, and he had 2 kids in the back.
Yeah. Well, that was funny.
Looking back on it, that was funny.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, come by, and you know when you come in, there's the laundry room to your left. In the laundry room, the top left. It'll be double bagged.
Okay. So my car won't leak, right?
Throw it in the trunk.
Of course.
Ah, yeah.
No, you'll be fine.
Our new member on Buy Me a Coffee was Kim. I just checked that, Kim. Thanks so much, Kim, for becoming a fabulous member on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Great way to support our channel, guys. Great way to support the channel. I mean, it really is, right? We've got our goals on YouTube. There's Super Chat on YouTube. But a great way to support the channel is on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
All right, kiddo.
Shit on my face. But regardless, I have to tell you, like, stuff, so whatever, if you do get out early or something, whatever, something changes, let me know.
I will.
Okay?
I will. You got it. I mean, if you think there's a chance you could go to the hospital, I could break out, but for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, exactly. Like, maybe if I go swing by and then I'll go by the hospital or something, if I have time.
Okay.
Like, I don't want to say stuff because it's Friday and I don't know how crazy it is if I actually have a lot of leave.
Okay, so. Perfect. You got it.
Okay, Tarantina is asking for the date of this call. I could tell you that right now, Tarantina. The date of this call is April 29th, 2016. So, post-bump and pre-Sigfredo's arrest.
All right. Have a good day.
I need to rent out places.
All right. I want good tenants in there, by the way.
Help a nigga out.
All right. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Bye-bye.
Evan Elizabeth Duke says, if you 3D print Isom, then you have to definitely 3D print a couple of cars. Yeah, and a giant fudge cake. We can even have, like, extra, what do you call it, add-ons, right? Desk lunch. I just think it's going to be great. Maybe the movie, we could do, like, an animation. We won't need actors. We'll just use the action figures and do stop picture animation. That'll be great. That'll be great. Patricia Burns, how you doing? Babushka. A family set of Adelson Babushka dolls. What is that? That's grandmother in Russian, right? Isn't it? Babushka? What do we? Should we do more calls? Maybe one more call, and then we'll do some rash bam. Because I need some visual aid, guys. Let's do one more call. It won't be so long.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good, honey. How are you?
Good. What's going on?
I just found the channel. I've been
Every
going nuts
time.
here trying to find it.
Every time. Let's hear it again. Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good, honey. How are you?
Good. What's going on?
I just found the channel. I've been going nuts here trying to find this to God.
Just found the channel. What, the True Crime Metrix channel? Yes, it's great. Everyone should subscribe.
I got it. I got the channel for him. How about you? How is it going there?
Good, good. He's just finishing up with a patient, and then he's done.
Oh,
I have him doing a soft reline on this case, but we're going to get to steal the case from Blum for a denture and 4 locators. So it's like $3,500. So I did the soft reline for free, and we're going to get the whole case.
Okay. What is Blum going to say?
Well, the patient already told Blum they're never going back there. So Blum is actually, if the patient stays here, I'll just pay him for the lab work. That'll insert it and charge him $3,500 and give Blum $600.
Okay.
Good deal, right?
Good deal, yeah.
So that's why I figured it'd be
Good deal.
super nice.
Okay, I mean, we all know the Adelsons are just constantly, their whole familial conversations is just scheme, ripping people off, scheme, clever business practice, put that money over there, put that in Dad's name, put that in my name, shift it around, you buy the business, no tax, blah, 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 blah. We all know that, right? And it doesn't really need any embellishment or commentary from me. But, who talks to their fucking mother like this? And why? It seems to me that it's just because Donna needs a golden child, and Charlie needs to be a golden child. That's just built into their relationship, right? And it's not healthy, You grow up with your mother, some people do, and then you leave. And, it's, you can still see your mother, but, do you need to keep her informed about everything you do? I mean, it's just weird. It's just super weird to me.
Do the soft reline for free.
Right.
You do the X-rays for free, and then you get the $3,500 case.
Sounds good. Did you take a bite of that ham and cheese sandwich I made you?
Yeah, maybe get food drink in a little bit.
Okay.
But no, I gotta tell you, I feel so good since last week. Oh yeah, since we talked.
Good.
Sleep like a baby these days.
Oh, that's good. That's one of us.
Mom, you know what?
Oh my gosh.
Trust me, if it is what I think it is, which I'm 1,000% sure, it couldn't be better.
Okay.
Couldn't be better if it tried. That's it. And when I mean fantastic, I mean absolutely freaking fantastic.
Good.
So I couldn't, honestly, Mom, you couldn't ask for anything more.
Okay, I needed to hear that. I feel better.
For us, trust me when I tell you, you couldn't ask for anything more. It was great seeing you guys at the house.
Oh, it was so wonderful. Charlie, I can't even tell you. It was such a wonderful, wonderful day. I mean, I enjoyed every minute of it. It was wonderful.
That was perfect.
It was perfect.
Honestly, Mom, we could do stuff like that. Just stop up and buy a bunch of chicken and French fries, throw it on the boat, and we go out for the day.
Yeah, so much fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It's easy. I'm surprised how many people fit on the boat, to be honest with you.
I'm telling you could have absolutely had another adult on there with no problem.
Oh, yeah.
It could take up no room.
The way that the boat is configured, you could sit on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can sit on the side. You could have absolutely had another adult on there. It doesn't matter what the harbour master says, If the Coast Guard approach, we'll just pay them off. we could have 3 more adults on there. Doesn't matter. And no life jackets. That just takes up space. We're above the law. Adelson's win. Adelson's win.
Where I was sitting and driving. You know, I was driving the boat from the side.
Yeah.
And sitting there, you could easily have another adult sitting on the other side. And you could fit 3 people on that back bench easily. I mean, Dad was laying there with Ben. They were laying down on it, but you could fit 3 people on that.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
So easily you could have...
I actually love your boat. I really do. It's fun. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's perfect. It gets the job done. It's not, and the funny thing is, it's worth exactly what I paid for it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and it's not, you don't need some big fancy boat to get out there and enjoy the day.
Fun. Do you have a lot more to do tonight, or are you almost?
No, I'm all done. I'm just waiting for Dad.
Oh,
wait, no, he's just finishing up. But no, it was such a fun. It was a really fun day. I think the kids had a good time too.
They did. They really did. They had a lot of fun.
But there's an area of John Lloyd Park, where you can pull your boat in, beach the boat, walk over the berm, and be on the beach.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just anchor right there on the ocean on the intracoastal side. There's a restaurant there, and then you walk over the hill, and you're standing on the beach.
Oh, that's so cool.
So there's a restaurant there, there's a beach there, and like you can pull in right there in John Lloyd Park. Literally, like it's probably 5 to 7 minutes from where we were.
Really?
It's just just further south of the inlet, just south of the inlet. So you come out. You know how like we were almost at the inlet where we went to 15th Street.
Right.
Just south of the cruise ships, it's the entrance to John Lloyd Park. You bring your boat in through there, you can beach it, and then you on the intracoastal side, and you just walk over the berm, and you're standing on the beach and go to the beach for the day.
That's really neat. That is really neat. Sometime tomorrow, do you have Dave's phone number?
Is tomorrow his birthday?
You should text him. It's his 40th birthday.
I thought he's doing a birthday dinner.
I don't know what they're doing because I thought Lindsay was doing something with him, I would assume, and then she's got this thing that she's supposed to be at a hotel in Miami Thursday, Friday, and most of Saturday. That's why we're going to have the kids Thursday, Friday, and
yeah, but
Saturday.
she could still get out of something.
That's what I'm hoping. Well, you'll find out for me. You'll let me know.
She's a fucking moron if she doesn't do something on his 40th birthday.
I know. So hopefully she is, and you know, I just wanted to make sure you at least texted him or something.
Yeah, no, I will.
Yeah. I will. Okay, sounds good. So
right, everything's good. I'll talk to you later.
I love you, honey. Ta-ta.
That's it. Okay, one more. Shit. That's very short. Okay, here's Katie talking to a friend or a friend of Sigfredo who's going to help her move the house. She's panicked. She's wobbling.
Yeah.
What's up? So, what are you gonna try to get a storage tomorrow?
I guess I'm just gonna do that because it's like my lease is basically up. I mean, like I'm breaking my lease and like I have like till the 3rd, which I have
2 days.
tomorrow exactly. So I'm trying to sell like the furniture and stuff, and like I have people that want to buy it, but I told them the latest that they can pick it up is Saturday. And like I asked, the landlord, like, can you at least extend it?
You asked the landlord, or the landlord's asking you?
No, I asked the landlord because like he said like I have till the 3rd. Like if I
so the landlord is kicking you out. The landlord is kicking the lease and breaking the lease and kicking you out.
I am.
Well, you already broke it.
Well, yeah, like I'm pretty sure the whole world knows the situation. So.
All right. Hold on.
So I just.
All right. Listen, in the morning I have to help my mom move a bunch of stuff, but after that, I don't know when it could be, Katie. It could be in the afternoon, in the late afternoon, but I promise you, I will get to you, dog, and I will help you. Okay?
All right. Yeah,
and
yeah.
Even,
I'll be boxing stuff in the morning anyways or something.
All right.
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah, at least Wendy Adelson.
You don't know
I'll call you.
Furniture and stuff?
Hang on.
or needs
that
anything.
needs furniture. I know, yeah.
At least Wendy Adelson, had all that prep done. Packing up the house. Katie's having to do it right there with all the stress of the cops closing in.
Of course I know people, but let's do it right. Let's just take pictures of everything now that is out. All right, and then tomorrow
take pictures of your shitty fucking couch. Put it on Craigslist. You gotta if you're gonna do a murder conspiracy, and the cops might get you a couple of years later, you got to be prepared to give up that fucking shitty IKEA Kivik couch. Actually, I had a Kivik once, and it was incredibly comfortable. I kind of miss that thing. Yeah, you got to let that shit go. Your coffee table and your sofa, it's done. You need to be prepared to abandon that if the cops are closing in. Someone from Craigslist coming around and going, well, there's a bit of a stain here, and what's this wear on the armrest? Do you have cats? Is this from Cats? My best offer will be $35. Could we shake on 35, or you don't need that when you're on the run from a murder charge, okay? You don't need some fucking Joe Blogs guy coming around saying, yes, well, it looks a lot smaller than I need to take a measure to see if it will fit in the den. The mundane nature of those kinds of conversations with a stranger that comes round to your house to buy something secondhand. Yeah, well, what about if we could do the couch and the coffee table for $40? What about 40? Would that could we say yes on 40?
All right, good. So tomorrow we'll figure it out. Well, tomorrow what we'll do is we'll go find the storage first, or you go find the storage. I gotta help my mom in the morning. I told her I'll help in the morning, and you find the storage, and then we'll take it to the storage, and then we'll put everything on Craigslist, and little by little I'll help you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. No problem. No, for sure, man. For sure. Listen, I don't know if you can do this, but I mean, I don't know. He probably doesn't want to talk to anybody but you, though. Just tell him we all looking out for him, though.
I know. The only thing is that I want is that people to freaking at least respect my family. Not like this is not a gossiping thing. Like, you know what I mean?
No. Listen. I don't deal with none of those people. You understand me? I know Tuto, to Jason, to Nelson, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't deal with all those people I met when I went to the apartment. You feel me? And I haven't talked to them since. So I don't deal with them. So whatever they're doing,
like everybody, I don't read anything. I don't read anything. I don't go online. I don't watch the news. I don't do anything because I can't. I can't. I have to not watch it. Especially I have kids. Imagine if that shit goes on and whatever, the fuck, I gotta watch out for them. I gotta protect them. But I'm just saying, if if somebody starts gossiping or something, just shut them up or whatever.
No, for sure.
I hate it. People talking about him, and I'm just yo, I can't even talk about him. I literally legit cannot say anything about him. But you know how it is. You know how people are. They like the drama.
I don't think.
So.
I got you.
I don't think we're glitching, guys. We got solid internet here. There's 0 dropped frames. But I've heard that some people, if they go out of the app or out of the close the stream, go back in, that it solves the problem. But we're perfect internet here.
100%. I promise you. Anybody I hear talking, saying anything about that, I got you.
I mean, I just don't even want anybody to ask anything. Okay, don't. Because I can't, so.
Let's keep your head up, bro.
Yeah, I know.
33 days, bro. 33 days. All right? 33
Prayers.
days.
Prayers and
Be
prayers.
strong for them kids.
I know, I am.
All right, I will call you. I'll call you tomorrow in the morning. Try to gauge you what time I'm going to be done with my mom, and I'll let you know the place, all right?
Okay. All right.
All right,
Thank you. Bye.
All right, bye.
Okay, let's go to some visuals, guys. Let's get Dan Rashbaum. What are we doing? Dan Rashbaum, opening, closing, cross-examining. First person to have an opinion in chat gets their wish granted. What are we doing? Something Dan Rashbaum. Anything Dan Rashbaum. Someone put it in chat. Go. Anybody. Somebody. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Closing, opening, cross-examining Jeff, cross-examining Catherine, cross-examining Wendy. I mean, what's it going to be? Do Georgia, please. No Rashi. Oh, really? I miss Rashi. We can do Georgia too. We can do Georgia too. Well, let's put it to a vote. Let's put it to a... All right. I hear you, Michelle. But, okay, I'm going to do a poll, and we'll listen to one more wiretap call while we're waiting for the poll results, okay? Then it's fair, right, to everybody. How do we do that? Okay, poll. And don't forget our goal at the top, guys. Life size, well, not life size, miniature Dan Markel action figure, 3D printed. Hit us up with our goal at the top. Next video. Georgia closing. Rashi closing. Rashi opening. Rashi cross examining Jeff. Right, we've got a poll at the top. We'll give it a few minutes while we play another. I keep going to say jailhouse call. Of course, they're not jailhouse calls. They are wiretap calls, and that's okay. Okay, here's Sigfredo being ghetto. He's so ghetto.
Yo.
Oh.
What?
305-712-6570. You sure that's the number, right?
Say it one more time. 305.
712-6570.
Yes.
So I'm fucking Puerto Rican answering machine shit. I don't know who the fuck. I don't know. I'm gonna try to call him again, bro.
Okay.
Man, that nigga is just fucking. I'm gonna call him. If it's a real fucking person, I'm calling from my fucking phone. This ain't even local. All right.
Remember that other one? Do you think it's that one?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It sounds like a fucking. It does the message sounds like a New Yorican nigga.
Yes.
It says, "Oye puto, I'm busy on the answering machine. Call me back, darling." Like what?
That's what the answering machine said?
Yeah. That's what it says. I swear to God.
Shut up.
Swear to God, dog. Fucking answering machine says, "Oye puto, I'm busy. Llámame para atrás. Oh, I got time, darling." Like, what the fuck? It's like, yo, are you stupid, bro? Are you some kind of fucking moron?
That's what they told you?
No, that's what the answering machine says when you call the number. No one answered the phone.
Okay, that's weird.
That's odd. That's what I'm saying.
Very. Okay.
Oh, are they fucking, are they that stupid or that to use the number, or they pretend to be that stupid so that we can think they're that stupid?
Okay.
I don't fucking know.
Definitely in New York and...
New York, Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
New Rico.
Mm-hmm. Broward.
That's 305 numbers. How's it in Broward?
No, but I'm saying. You said Broward.
The nigga ain't not.
It's my brother.
It sounds like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
Never.
All right.
Oh, that's it? All right, well, very quick poll. How do we do on the poll? Oh, it's close. 47 to 42 on Rashi cross-examining Jeff. Let's give it 5 more minutes. If you want to vote, if you want a voice, have your voice. There's a poll there. Fair to everybody. We'll do another call. Okay, here's one.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, so I just spent fucking 10 minutes on the phone with the pharmacist. Fucking retards they have working there. Like, she couldn't understand my name. She couldn't understand my DEA number. She couldn't understand your last name. She couldn't.
When I'm in the system, like, hello.
I kept spelling with a B, and she kept putting B, and I kept saying B as in boy. She still didn't understand it. B as in boy is a fucking B. So long story short, you're all good. I put him for 3 times a day. How much does he weigh?
I have no idea. How much do you weigh, Ethan? Do you know? Do you know how much you weigh? 55 pounds? I think it's like 55.
55?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Give him. It says give it 3 times a day. Just give it 2 times.
2, right? But look,
yeah.
I don't think how it upsets your stomach and stuff. So I'll give it to him
you
twice.
can give him like, if it says like give him 2 teaspoons, give him 1.5 teaspoons, and then just do it twice a day.
But do you think I should? Because I even told the stupid doctor, whatever, I hate her so much, bro. I wanted to choke her. But when I got on the phone, her attitude changed. Because I was like talking to another office, and I was saying, yeah, I used to work for him or whatever, and I'm like her attitude completely changed. She was like, oh shit, like she knows people, or the specialist. Because I was like, yeah, my best friend is a periodontist, like, that's why I kept taking pictures or whatever. She's like wondering why, like, I want to know so bad, like, And then when I got on the phone to make an appointment for the dentist, and she heard the name, her voice changed.
Like anything, it's like washing a car, but you know that a professional detailer is going to be looking at it when you get home.
Mm-hmm. And then they talk. Exactly, and then they talk, and they'd be like, "Oh my God, how did you not?"
Or no, it's not even they talk. They'll call you up directly and say, "What'd you do?"
Yeah.
So anyway, so where we're at.
Wait, but look, she didn't even want me. I was like, should I start him on amoxicillin? And she's like, no, I don't think you should. And I was like, I'm not listening to you.
Fuck, you're not gonna hurt him with amoxicillin.
Exactly.
So instead of like.
Yeah. That's the thing I don't understand. It's like it comes in swerves. Like he'll cry like hysterically.
No, it's abscess.
And then,
no, it's Katie. Listen to me. It is abscess.
okay.
You there? There's
Yeah, I'm here.
a clear abscess there. So I would do that, and then also give him an ibuprofen. Take an ibuprofen, grind it up, and put it with some applesauce on a spoon, and let him take it that way.
Don't give him like the liquid. Like
the liquid.
Yeah, we listened to this
And
call
then-
No, but
earlier.
I'm
This is the wrong one. Sorry.
Motrin with the amoxicillin.
Totally. Thanks, Neverly. Let's see how our poll's doing. Oh, Georgia's closing is just peaked. Okay, we can do that. It's long. But it's great, you know. Okay, Georgia's closing. Public have spoken. Georgia closing. Oh, Kappelman closing. There you go.
Right, 18 minutes.
Is the state prepared to give its closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh yeah, the state's been ready for quite some time, Judge Everett.
May proceed.
May it please the court.
Obviously, the Georgia Kappelman action figure will be wearing a scarlet skirt suit. Oh, whoops.
Is the state prepared to give its closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
May it please the court. In jury selection, we talked about the burden of proof and how it was my burden to prove this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence. And generally speaking, the defense's job is to poke holes in the evidence and argue that it falls short of meeting that high burden. And we also learned at jury selection that the defense does not have to prove anything. But sometimes if the law enforcement investigation is so thorough and so compelling that there's really no way to poke holes in the evidence, he has to basically admit his own words, his own text messages. That stuff is undeniable, right? And those things prove that he was in cahoots with Catherine Magbanua in 2013, through the murder in 2014, and all the way up until her arrest in October of 2016. He knows he can't deny that he paid the killers because of this bizarre practice he had of stapling his money. So sometimes when a defendant can't attack the facts or the law, they instead try to explain it away by saying, you can't trust what you're seeing. It's not what it appears to be. It's actually something else entirely. Often, as in this case, the individual explanation, so when you zoom in on one piece of evidence with its attached explanation, can be like, maybe. But when you zoom out and you add all these things together, this explanation, and this explanation, and this explanation, this coincidence, and this coincidence, and this coincidence, it starts making less and less sense. It starts being less and less reasonable. And when you zoom out from the defense's theory, it's really unreasonable, right? Because to find it reasonable, you have to buy a lot of things that he's selling. The most obvious of which is that because Sigfredo Garcia hated him, he and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee twice to kill someone he hated in hopes that he would give them money for it on the back end. Please think about that. To hit this defendant where it hurts, these two dudes with no connection at all to Dan Markel and without 2 nickels to rub together, rented a car and paid for gas to come to Tallahassee and stay in a hotel twice in order to kill someone that this defendant hated.
What would be the monetary value of that? Okay, so an 8-hour drive, which is what? I think it's 400 miles, so pretty much a full tank of gas twice, and then 2 trips, so 4 full tanks of gas. Well, I don't know what the price of gas is in Florida, but like here, that would be $500, 500 euros. So 500 euros, a car rental for how many days do they need it? 1, 2, 3, 4, say 5 days each trip. Car rental would cost what? Maybe $30, $40 a day. $40 a day for 5 days would be $200 times 2. So that's all, 200, 500. That's, and then a hotel as well. It's over $1,000, right? Over $1,000 easy for the 2 trips. If you're doing bare bones, and they were living it up. They had a full bag of Coke, load of liquor bottles. They were out at Hooters. I mean, it at minimum that we can assume the monetary cost of this job would be $2,000. But probably more. Oh, with the Coke as well? Let's call it $3,000 with everything. So yeah, they're going to do that on spec. Right.
To harm him. And for what? To maybe get money. Maybe he just turns him in for murder. Why not just kill and rob him if what you're after is money and there's no hired hit? Why not just kill and rob him if your motive is, we hate him? Then the bad guys don't even have any contact with him, according to his own story. They didn't threaten him, they did not beat him into submission. Instead, they sent his own girlfriend to extort him on their behalf. And without any actual contact from the bad guys, the defendant just opened up his safe and handed over his beloved money that he had saved his entire life since he was a child. He just handed it over. Take it all. And when that amount wasn't sufficient, these stone-cold murdering gangsters let the defendant go on a payment plan to give him the rest of the money. They let Catherine Magbanua skim off the top each month. And never, over the next 2 years that he was being extorted monthly, these gangsters, remember that money doesn't go to the principal, that $3,000 a month. They never show up to demand the remaining $195,000 that this defendant has agreed to pay them. Then, you also need to find reasonable that over the 2 years of this supposed extortion layaway plan, that the defendant continued to do what? Send these kissy faces and love texts to Catherine Magbanua. He's sending these messages to a woman who got him into this mess, and he says he didn't suspect she was involved. What do we know about this man? He didn't suspect she was involved. She's taking the money. He's never even heard from the bad guys. He didn't see it that way, that she got him into this mess. They grew closer after she began extorting him for $3,000 a month. Meanwhile, the defendant and Catherine Magbanua break up. She continues to maintain her direct and indirect contact with Sigfredo Garcia, the man who's extorting him, the man who murdered his former brother-in-law in cold blood. But he sees her as a friend. The kissy faces and the I love yous continue. Even after Catherine Magbanua got back together with the man who executed Dan Markel, the father of his young nephews, and a guy who's actively extorting him, this defendant continued to reach out to her over and over again to offer her favors and gifts, including a birthday gift for Garcia, and to tell her he loves her and how lucky he is to have her in his life. Lucky? Next, to find a reasonable doubt here, you have to find it reasonable that the defendant never texted or talked about this first layer of extortion. Why? According to him, because Catherine Magbanua said, let's never talk about this. So they didn't. Then you have to believe he never reported or revealed this information to law enforcement out of fear of the gangsters. And finally, you have to believe that this living in fear of death by gang members over 2 years didn't cause a change in his general demeanor that his friends noticed, but later the bump from law enforcement did. He says that's because, well, I became worried that I might be falsely arrested. So I wasn't a hot mess when I was being extorted by gang members and threatened to be killed and my whole family killed. But I became a hot mess when I started to get worried that the cops might be getting closer. And I have no real way of knowing if all this stuff sounds ridiculous to you, if it sounds reasonable to you, or if y'all just heard so much stuff that you're totally confused and can't even remember what the evidence in the case showed. But they only need to get one of you confused enough to derail this whole thing, right? So I've got to go through each thing with you. Your verdict has to be unanimous. So I want to go through the testimony, I want to review the evidence, and I want to spend a little bit more time talking about this multitude of explanations the defense has offered in an effort to really turn each piece of evidence on its head. This is Dan Markel. He is the victim in this case. A brilliant lawyer.
There he is. That's okay. That's what I envisage for the Dan Markel action figure. That will be his attire, right? Maybe not with the folded arms. I'd like the arms to move up and down if possible. I wonder what his sound bites will be, because obviously, sadly, we've not heard a great deal from Dan Markel because he was murdered. You know, can you hold on a minute? There's someone in my driveway I don't recognize. We know he said that. There's the film, the video of him giving a speech at some legal convention or whatever. But that's a little dry. I mean, you know. What else does he say? Anyone got an idea? Is there a speech bubble emoji? Put a Dan Markel speech bubble emoji or a cloud or something for what Dan Markel action figure could say as a soundbite. We need three statements.
A funny guy, a son, a colleague, a brother, a mentor, and a friend. But most of all, a father. A dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his access to those two little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. And despite the defense's efforts to characterize their client as the real victim here, Dan Markel remains the only victim in this case. The only thing he was guilty of is fighting like hell for those kids.
Christina says Charlie turns colours like a mood ring. He does. And the mood is what right now? Fear? Well, it's not shame or guilt or contrition. That's not in his realm, is it? It's just fear. Shit. Georgia's really good at what she does, and she's talking to the jury about me and all of what I did.
And he lost. He didn't lose in court, but he lost. This is what he looked like before this defendant hired a hitman to kill him. And this is what he looked like afterwards. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant man was gunned down in broad daylight in the driveway of his own home. His horrific death ultimately set police down two separate paths following the two most promising leads they had. The first was to chase down that Prius that Mr. Geiger saw fleeing the crime scene. And we'll examine those efforts in detail. The second path was to ask, as we would in any murder investigation, who might want to have done this? Who would want Dan Markel dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, before Professor Markel was even pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant. When his sister revealed to law enforcement that her family hated Dan Markel and that her brother, Charlie, had joked about hiring a hitman to kill him. And this trash talk, of course, would be meaningless had he not been killed by a hitman. So who did it appear had a motive to want Dan Markel dead? His own family. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against these people? Refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to them disparaging him to his kids? The evidence has shown that the Adelson family was all about psychological warfare. And when all else failed, they were willing to go even further to win. I want to examine this motive in more detail and look at exactly how it's attributable to this defendant. Despite the defense efforts to minimize this, it's really clear that the divorce between Wendy and Danny was a particularly nasty one. They fought over everything, all the way from the children down to the bicycle and the tennis racket. In January of 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to allow her to relocate to South Florida with the kids. They were 2 and 3 at that time. As one basis for this request, Wendy cites the wife's parents reside in Coral Springs and the wife's brother resides 20 minutes away. The children are very close to the wife's parents. Wendy Adelson also alleges in this filing that the husband has also created a hostile work environment for the wife at FSU School of Law. Wendy Adelson viewed herself as stuck in Tallahassee, a characterization which she now denies, but one which was used to describe her situation by Jeffrey Lacasse on the witness stand and also in her own pleadings in these divorce filings. In Markel's answer on page 80, he seeks continued equal time sharing in Tallahassee. He seeks sole parental responsibility on issues related to the education, religion, and medical upbringing of the kids. Then we go to this May email from Donna Adelson to Wendy. These emails are offered as examples of how invested Donna Adelson was in this litigation and in Wendy's life in general. They reveal that relocation was a huge priority for Donna and that it was also a high priority for Wendy, Harvey, and the defendant as well. Wendy testified that her mom really wasn't that involved in her divorce proceedings. Again, these emails prove the opposite was true. On May 3rd, 2013,
Should we read some Donna's emails? I've got access to Donna's emails. Let's see if we can pull some of those up in context.
This email references Dan's divorce filing as, quote, his 23-page rant. She then crystallizes the importance of relocation, stating, the most important part of your divorce is relocation, in bold. I sincerely hope that your attorney understands this is your, all caps, non-negotiable. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system as well as your significantly better paying job. But on June 21st, 2013, Wendy's motion to relocate was denied by the court, with the court finding that the wife has not met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. Like the heroine in her book, Wendy and the boys were officially stuck in this small stop on the way to what we had previously known as civilization.
By the way, guys, mentioning Wendy's book, which we will be reading, because there was a high demand for that on our goal the other day. Yeah, we're going to be let's do it tomorrow. Commit, damn it, Metrix. Will you just commit to a day and do and achieve your commitment? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we will be reading that tomorrow. Chapter 1. But does anyone know, is that going to be like a copyright infringement? I'm thinking maybe not, because it may be like owned by Florida State University. And Jay from The Shaming of Jay, his wife read the book, right? So I guess they didn't have an issue. I just don't want to get like blacklisted, because I've heard that some channels, if they get blacklisted, then YouTube just says, right, well, you can't have any super chats for 30 days as a punishment, which would destroy me. Okay. You know. So I don't want to get into trouble for like copyright infringement, but if anyone knows the deal with that, let us know in the comments.
Wendy worked hard to try to convince you that none of this was a very big deal to her, her mother, or her brother. And she said she was expecting to win everything in the divorce. She was expecting Danny to lose everything in the divorce. She was partly right. Danny did end up losing everything, but not in court. She had already lost relocation, and her attorney had to get off the case as a result of whatever Danny was filing in court. And he was poised to really take her through the ringer with this grandma motion, the fraud allegation, and the contempt motion that was all pending. Even if he wasn't going to be successful, folks, it was going to be a very unpleasant ride for Wendy Adelson. But as we have learned, gibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. On the stand, Wendy Adelson suggested that relocation was not a big issue for her. It was just suggested by a friend, but the other evidence in the case suggests the opposite. Jeffrey Lacasse said she was a complete mess over the litigation, especially the relocation. She wrote a book about a human rights attorney who was stuck in a small town in the Florida Panhandle because of her hapless Canadian professor husband's job.
Yeah, no, Georgia, don't read anything into that, Georgia. She was stuck in the Florida Panhandle because of her hapless Canadian professor's job. That has no bearing. Yes, it matches with all of Jeffrey Lacasse's testimony, but you're getting it wrong, Georgia. Those were characters. It's fiction.
At NFSU. And maybe most importantly, Wendy filed this motion for relocation. Her lawyer didn't file it without her knowing. Was the motion doomed from the start? Wendy clearly hoped not. But there were other ways to skin the cat. Here's a June email from Donna to Wendy. In response to the court order denying relocation, Donna emails Wendy, quote, "It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let gibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have. Let's show this F blank 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 what will make him absolutely miserable." and later the rest of your life, and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Then on June 25th, this is continued, that same email, we get a plan of action. Take a photo of the boys dressed nicely standing at the front door by the sign of a Tallahassee church. They're Jewish, remember? Then change your Facebook status to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a lot.
Man, I just found an email from Donna to Wendy, dated May 3rd, 2013. So before even the divorce is finalized. It is 4 pages long. Do people really want to hear this? I mean, let me just try and scan it to see if it's good. That's going to take me like 10 minutes to read aloud, I should think. Well, if someone really wants it, let us know in chat.
Line under the photo with "New Beginnings in Tallahassee" might be nice. How happy do you think you will be? Make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor at the Teenage Catholic Church, who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange this, I'll be happy to do it for you.
Amazing, isn't it? I mean, whether you're a Jew or a Christian or a Catholic or a Buddhist monk, doesn't fucking matter, you know, or Islam, whatever it is, at the root of all of them are good intentions, right? Family intentions, safety intentions, good spirit, you know, and to use religion, any religion, as a weapon is just, you know, it's very bad taste, isn't it? It's not a good look. It's crazy. Yes, tell him that the Sunday school tutor will come to the house to teach the young man about Jesus. We'll be happy to send invitations to the baptism to his parents and sister. It's just so dark. It's just so fucking dark, man.
Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church.
Maya Rodriguez Sorensen, hello and welcome back, Esquire. Yeah, we're talking Adelsons again. We're going to be talking Adelsons. Not only is it Adelson week, we're extending it. We're doing the whole month of February. We're not touching another case until we have solved the puzzle. No, we're doing the whole Adelson February. That's what it is.
Church, and you'll certainly invite him to the event. I've already checked this out, and the baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. We can send out evites to Jibbers, his parents, sister, and anyone else you want to invite. 4, I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it, even if the boys end up only going for the few days that they're in Tallahassee with you. 5, register them for toddler classes at the church. I've looked into this too. Even if they don't actually go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. You have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off so he realizes that he could lose control over his kids. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan, and we'll help you through it. so that it may affect how much we offer him. Maybe he's willing to let you relocate if he knew his children could attend this private Hebrew academy. Or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school. Let's get this going now. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to come down to your family. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support you and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. And then, on June 27th, she follows up with another email along the same lines, criticizing the judge and Wendy's attorney and adding, obviously the court isn't out to help you. It's clear since Judge Hobbs' last ruling that she could care less about anything you have to say on your behalf. You need to help yourself. You know, Wendy, most of the wars that have been fought for the last couple of thousand years have been fought over religion. These emails are such telling glimpses into the family dynamics behind this murder. This email is just an example of how relentless Donna Adelson was. And it's clear from these emails that she's conferring with the defendant on these plans that she's proposing. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed the kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Gibbers that he's not in control. Why not stand up to this fucker? Why not fight? That's all this is, Wendy, an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. It will infuriate him. You need to see the big picture. You need to look into the future of what a life without your only family nearby teaching in Tallahassee, with Danny always in the picture, will give you. It's not a pretty picture. Not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. The extremism that Gibbers is already teaching the boys is nothing more than brainwashing. Religion is brainwashing, control of the masses. I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. We're planning on you, Charlie, Dad, and I going as high as equal parts in a $1 million offer. That's $333,000 from each of us. We're a team. We can't do this without your help. You've already...
Even if you're a fucking multi-millionaire, right? $333,000. That's a lot of Uvia dinners, okay? Even if a Uvia dinner is... Right, what is it realistically? $300 for two people, maybe? If it's that exclusive? You know, probably not even that much, right? An entree at Uvia. Let's say it's $60 or $70. I don't think it's going to be much more than that. Then you've got your appetizer, your starter. Say a share platter would be $30 for two people. Okay, so we're up to let's call it $75 each for the entrees. So $150, $30 for a two-person sharing starter. Dessert, call it another $40 for two people. Man, is it really going to be that much? I don't think so. Well, yeah, I guess it could be. And then drinks. Drinks is where they get you, right? Fucking martinis in this place. What do they cost? Probably $25 each. So you got 4 of those. Let's say so 100 on drinks, 150 for the entrees. So that's $250. $40 on dessert. $290 and $30 for the 2-person starter. So $320. So you could go to Uvia 1,000 times for 330 grand. Right? Is that right? Yeah. So say that you went every week to an expensive dinner. That would be 50 dinners a year. How many 50s are in 333,000? Well, shit. No, sorry, no, 1,000 because the dinner is yeah. Okay, so it's 1,000 dinners. How many 50s are in 1,000? It's 1, 2, 20, right? Is that right? Or is it more? Hang on. 50s into 1,000. So 2 50s would be 100, and 10 hundreds are 1,000. So it's 20 dinners. That can't be right. That can't be right. I'm lost now. Sorry, I'm doing it in my head. I need to work it out on paper.
Already lost.
It's a lot of chatter, right? A lot of chatter.
Relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family teaching in Tallahassee. Even though the divorce was final on July 31st, 2013, the anger and bitterness associated with this split was still festering. Litigation continued and even increased as both parties filed motions over the next several months alleging that the other was violating the marital settlement agreement, and both parties seeking to have the other side held in contempt of court. In October of 2013, Wendy filed a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and have Dan held in contempt. And Dan was hearing, and the defendant was hearing about all of this as it went on from his mother, as indicated in the emails and in the text messages shown here as well. Here she's telling him how terrible things are for Wendy and how it's negatively affecting his dad's health. Then later that month, when Wendy was about to make the second dumbest mistake of her life after marrying Dan Markell by buying a house in Tallahassee, Charlie says Wendy probably hasn't mentioned it to him because it's stupid. And then after he gets Wendy to pull the plug on the house, he's praised as the miracle worker that solved this problem. This text was sent on Halloween of 2013, the very day that Catherine Magbanua testified. This defendant broached the subject to her of, hey, do you know anybody that could rough somebody up? The defendant was hearing about Wendy's situation regularly from Donna. Here we see Donna telling the defendant how angry at Wendy's attorney and stressed.
There's a dog here, Michelle. That's our resident sound controlist. She's just asleep at the wheel, asleep at the mixing desk. Hello, so how are the levels? Are the levels good?
Out Wendy is. That's on February 15th of 2014. And here's another text from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson 4 days later, discussing the details of Danny's actions and expressing how much she hates him. Here on March 4th, 2014, we have Donna planning to speak in private with the defendant while she's at the rest stop in Gainesville. She asked him to delete this message.
Oh, look, Victoria Girl's come up with the numbers here. But, you know, she's in investment, something with money. Something with numbers. And, yeah, so $300,000 for $150 per dinner. Well, I think it's a bit more than 100 for two people. I think it's what did we say? $320. I think that's a fair estimate for a Uvia dinner, $320. Maybe a little more, but yeah, okay. So let's call it 1,000 dinners. But I wanted to know how much time it would, how many like if you went every week. So let's do that right now. Calculator. God, I should be able to do this in my head. Divided by 50. Oh wow, it's only It's only 20 dinners. That can't be right. You go to Uvia 20 times and it's $250,000? That can't be right. I've got something wrong here. But thanks, Victoria Girl.
After he reads it.
Here's a question, Victoria Girl, number cruncher girl. For $320 for a dinner, and you've got $333,000 to spend, and you go every week, how many years of dinners would that be?
Although he's not with Harvey, and Harvey nor his birthday are mentioned in this text message. All that's mentioned in this text message is, I'm going to pull over at a rest stop and talk to you in private. This is the grandma.
Okay, 909 dinners at 33. At 330. Good job, number cruncher.
On March 26, 2014, less than 4 months prior to this murder. Less than 4 months prior to this murder.
Ah, of course, Paul M's got it. It's 20 years, not 20 dinners. 20 years of dinners at Uvia for $250,000. You know, and they're talking about giving him a whole million. 60 years, a whole lifetime of Uvia dinners that you're going to give to Professor Markell so that he can commute from fucking Miami to Florida State University. What the fuck? Ridiculous.
The defendant files his grandma motion, the counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues, and motion for contempt and sanctions. Again alleging that Wendy is not facilitating communication between he and the kids and getting after Donna personally. In this filing, Dan Markell alleges that on 3 separate occasions in November of 2013, the children informed him of their maternal grandmother, Donna Adelson, disparaging him. The boys indicate that, quote, "Grandma says you're stupid. She says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her." And, quote, "Grandma says she hates you." Dan Markell requests the court, quote, enjoin the former wife from allowing the maternal grandmother to have unsupervised time with the children, and to impose appropriate limitations to safeguard the children from being subjected to disparaging comments about their father. Contrary to what Wendy Adelson told us, we learned this issue was taken seriously by both sides, and that Dan Markell was particularly hot at the time of his death because of some recent issues that were going on. So to the extent that there was any banana bread peace offering made, it apparently fell short of diffusing the issues within this family.
I bet this was Dan's idea, right? This was so Dan's idea. He was like, listen, let's show them that there was no bad blood. How can we show them that there was no bad blood? What about if we say that Donna was invited to babysit and brought with her banana bread? I mean, why banana bread? Why would it be banana bread? all the things, you know, to show no bad blood, a banana bread peace offering is why? I mean, I love banana bread.
This situation was a pressure cooker, and it was about to blow. As we learned, this grandma motion was never decided by the court because Dan Markel was murdered before it could be heard. Whether or not that is a coincidence in timing is up to you all to decide. Wendy told you that she and Dan were getting along pretty well at the time leading up, or the weeks leading up to his murder. But this assertion does not fit with the rest of the evidence in this case. In fact, her own court filings are completely contrary to that assertion. In addition, her boyfriend at the time, Jeffrey Lacasse, told you all that she took all of this very seriously, that she became upset every time there was a filing, and that her behavior became increasingly emotional and erratic as the time led closer and closer up to what ultimately was the murder day. According to Lacasse, she was especially concerned about the relocation issue. And Stephen Webster, he was Professor Markel's attorney that testified, told us that Markel was irate at the time of his death over two issues. The first being Wendy enrolling one of the kids in a school without consulting him, and the second one being him overhearing Donna Adelson refer to him as stupid on a recent Skype visit that he had with the boys. So this was far from the peaceful situation that Wendy was trying to sell you. Why was she trying to sell you that? Was she trying to protect her brother? She even told law enforcement at her interview on the day of the murder that she wanted everyone held accountable for this to the fullest extent of the law, unless it was her family. The defense seems to be...
Unless... If someone tried to kill my husband... If someone tried to kill my husband, then they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I mean, it'd be different if it were my family, but I don't think my family did this. Oh, so tomorrow, Wendy's book, and then what do you say? Should we jump into Wendy's interview? That's always good for the numbers on our little program over here. It'll be a 3 or 4 day series of an episode, though. Should we do it? I'm not going to commit to it right now, unless there's a super big call for it in chat. How do we do on our goal? I don't think we're going to reach our goal for the Dan Markel action figure printing. If you want to help us reach our goal, how long? Oh, we've only got 45 minutes to get 7 more votes on the goal at the top of the chat. I don't think that's realistic. So no Dan Markel action figure today. Shame on you all. Shame! Yeah, but yeah, maybe we'll go to Wendy. I'll have to think about it.
Telling you the litigation between Danny and Wendy was not a very big deal, because minimizing the litigation minimizes the motive for the Adelson family to want Dan Markel dead. They even called Wendy's attorney to tell you that relocation was a lost cause. But what she...
Yeah, because banana bread is cheap. Yeah, we need to get this guy a gift, but we don't want to spend anything. What about those old bananas that are all mushy and black? Could we put those in a loaf? Thank you, Victoria. All right, well, that's one more. Can we get another 6 in 45 minutes? Maybe. Maybe. It's up to you guys. Dan Markel action figure, 3D printed. Seriously, that is what the goal is for. I'm not just saying that to like hoover up all your money, but you know, if we can, I think it should happen. I think it should happen.
Actually said was, yes, I lose most of these motions, but in this case, I actually thought there was a chance because of some of the surrounding circumstances. Then I thought, well, maybe they called her to say the divorce was routine, but what she actually said was this case was odd. That was her word. Mainly because Dan Markel came after her personally, forcing her to withdraw from the case, which had never happened before. So what her testimony proved was that this was not a routine, run-of-the-mill divorce proceeding. It was one of her more difficult cases. And she didn't even have Donna in her ear like the defendant did. So the motive was clearly there. The question then becomes, was the defendant successful in distancing himself from that motive in your eyes as jurors? He says that the litigation had no impact on his life. The emails suggest otherwise. He's included on these texts. He's all over the wiretap, meddling in Wendy's life with Donna. Could the defendant have cared enough about his sister's marital problems to commit murder? Maybe, maybe not. But if he didn't, his mom certainly cared enough for both of them. And she was in his ear all the time. In defendant's own words, you can't have a miserable mom. To illustrate this point, I refer you back to the emails and to that phone call that I played that happened before the bump, where Donna and the defendant are discussing this boyfriend of Wendy's at that time, Dave. This call, along with the call about Wendy taking a particular job, which is also on
Michelle DeMatteis says, why not Jewish apple cake, though? That's insanely delicious. And isn't that always the way, Michelle? What is it about apples and baking that just go hand in hand? I mean, you know, anything with pastry and sugar and apples is like, damn yeah, damn hell yeah.
that same exhibit, I think it states 130.
Well, maybe it's not pastry if it's a cake, but you get what I mean.
Offered as examples to show you how the dynamics work in this family. Wendy appears to be the weakling of the pack. She needs to be protected.
Wendy appears to be the weakling of the pack. You see, this is the perception that Wendy is going against, right? She doesn't want to be seen as the weakling of the pack. She's allowed that to be the case so that she can benefit from it. You need to watch The Boys. What was I listening to yesterday where yeah, it was the Greenberg interview where the Greenbergs, after Dan's death, said that Wendy, can their boys, the Greenberg boys, FaceTime with the Markel boys, Adelson boys, whatever, Ben and Lincoln, and because they're upset and they want to FaceTime with the boys. And Wendy said, "Oh well, my FaceTime isn't working at the moment," which is bullshit. But maybe the boys. Maybe Ben and Lincoln can visit your boys soon, which is just perfect for Wendy. That's dressing it up so that she's got a babysitter, right? She puts the boys with the Greenbergs so that they can visit and help them through their grief. And then Wendy goes off to South Florida and shags the Julio the pool boy. You know, just people like Wendy, they make babysitters out of everybody. And when they do it, it's like dressed up as a benefit for them somehow. Yeah, maybe the boys could visit your sons soon, you know, without me. So that, you know, they could stay with you for a whole weekend or maybe the entire month.
She needs to be...
And you could pay to feed them.
Helped. She needs to be coddled. She needs to be saved by Donna and the defendant. Donna is the overbearing matriarch who nags everyone to death about whatever it is that's currently on her. I call it the wheel. The wheel is turning all the time, right? And Wendy getting away from Dan Markell and moving to South Florida was number one on the wheel. It was the top priority in 2013 and in 2014. And this defendant fancied himself the savior of this family. Equal parts black sheep and mama's boy, he would often try to help Wendy at Donna's bidding. When a problem was perceived regarding Wendy's love life, aka this breaking up with Dave situation, shouldn't break up with Dave, Dave's a great guy, Donna enlists the defendant to go in and fix it, to solve the problem. When Wendy didn't know what was best for her regarding a job opportunity, Donna sent the defendant to fix it. And the evidence has shown that Dan Markell was a major problem for Wendy, and that meant he was a major problem for Donna, who in turn made Dan Markell a major problem for this defendant. Enter Catherine Magbanua, who had connections to a criminal element, and she presented an opportunity to the defendant to do what he does and solve this problem. On Halloween 2013, the defendant began the process of soliciting Catherine Magbanua to commit murder. Magbanua solicited Garcia. Garcia brought in Rivera. So if the seed of this conspiracy was planted in the spring of 2013, when Donna was looking into converting the kids to Christianity or making this $1 million offer to Dan Markell, it took root that summer when the relocation was denied and the defendant began, quote, looking into all options to solve the problem of Danny Markell, including hiring a hitman. And the conspiracy grew further still when Dan Markell filed that motion to preclude Donna from having unsupervised contact with the grandkids, the grandma motion. And as Wendy Adelson relayed to Jeffrey Lacoste just 5 days before the murder, she was never going to be able to move to South Florida unless something happened to Danny. This conspiracy spread when the defendant met someone who could actually get this thing done. Someone who was in a position of trust in his life, a person who had connected.
Christina's got some killer comments tonight, guys. She says, I'm surprised Donna didn't offer 2/3 of a loaf of banana bread and force Charlie to provide the additional 1/3. We're actually talking about going as high as 3 equal parts in a loaf of banana bread to bring him down to Miami. That's 1/3 from Charlie, 1/3 from Wendy's stack of bananas, and 1/3 from Donna and Javi. We're going that high, okay? Wash the bananas so that no evidence will be, Look at Judge Everett here. He's just so focused, isn't he? Or I think he's having a sugar low. He's run out of Skittles. He's thinking, next time I've got to get the family pack size of Skittles.
Connections to the kind of people who, for a price, were willing to point a gun at a complete stranger and pull the trigger. And guess what?
That is brutal, isn't it? I mean, I've imagined killing people, you know, just not really, just in the sense of being so angry at people that you want to see them dead. You know, in a normal way, you know what I'm saying? But it's a totally different thing to go to a complete stranger, right? And just put 2 bullets in their face. I mean, that's other level. Next level shit.
It wasn't a problem once Dan Markell was dead. Relocation. Within a couple days, Wendy and the kids moved to South Florida. she changed the names of Professor Markel's children from Markel to Adelson.
Of course she did.
And just like that, their father was erased. No more squabbles over kosher diets or visitations.
Nice PowerPoint transition, Georgia. Just like that, their father was erased and Dan Markel fades into white. Oh, man. Someone's done a course, Georgia. Someone's gone to the Microsoft PowerPoint fucking course and learnt about those fancy transitions. Good job.
Status as a felon and a gang member are definitely things you should consider when you're weighing his testimony in this case. But please...
Look at these guys. Yeah, we're going to go to an ATM that obviously has cameras. You know, that's so easily avoided. You take cash with you, right? I mean, just... You were given a bunch of cash. Why are you going to an ATM with your face just there, on camera, in a car that's rented in your own name, with your cell phone on you? I mean, you could not have more proof.
Consider that his resume as a bad guy was precisely why he was selected to do this gruesome job. Rivera's gang status made him a more attractive candidate to do this murder with Garcia. In the hot tub in March of 20...
Wendy is the pack leader. Well, yeah, I think she's the fucking... She's more like the betrayer, though. You know, she's Iago from... well, maybe not Iago. What play is that? Othello.
2014, the defendant mentions his connection to a Cuban criminal element. Jeffrey Lacoste reported this within a couple days of the murder when he couldn't have known the ethnicity of the killer. The evidence has shown that the connection the defendant had was through Catherine Magbanua, and the criminal element was, of course, Garcia and Rivera. And we know that at the time defendant made that statement in the hot tub, the plan to kill Dan Markel was already well in the works. That statement was made just 3 months before the killer's first trip to Tallahassee in June of 2014. The statement reveals that the defendant wasn't scared of Catherine Magbanua and her associates. To the contrary, he was boastful. He was bragging about it. He was the big man who was going to solve his little sister's problem, make his mom proud, and get away with it because he was thinking of everything. And he later would say and call JJ that nothing was done improper and suggest that no evidence could be available to tie the killers to him or his family. And he was confident enough of this to brag about it in that hot tub setting, which he thought could never come back to him. He was untouchable. Because if push ever really came to shove, who are you going to believe? An oral surgeon or a gang member? He's banking on that. In regards to Rivera's plea deal, the actual only condition of his plea deal is to tell the truth. And what did he tell us? Catherine Magbanua hired Garcia, and Garcia hired him to do a murder. Why? To help the lady who he understood to be the dentist's sister to get her kids. Aside from fitting with the other evidence in the case, there were a few things that independently corroborated Rivera's testimony. One is that accidental discharge that he told us took place in the rented Prius. This was a fact we didn't know before and were able to confirm upon reinspection of the vehicle. He also told us about the location and timing of the money drop on the morning after the murder at his and Jessica's residence, which was able to be confirmed or corroborated initially by phone records and now also by Catherine Magbanua's testimony. And of course, the phone records confirm Rivera did come to Tallahassee, not just on the July trip, which we knew about, but also on that first June scouting trip or attempted murder trip. The communication records tell us a few other things too. That's the June trip. July, June. This slide shows all the calls between our parties on the night before the shooters made that June trip to Tallahassee. You can see a 25-minute call from Catherine Magbanua to the defendant at 9:17 p.m. on June 2nd, 2014.
There's such a great opportunity for a movie here. I love how the closing really demonstrates all of these separate moving parts, you know? Donna and Harvey in the Icon, Magbanua and Garcia in the ghetto neighborhood, Cuban neighborhood, whatever. Charlie running around and doing dentist work, and in Whale Harbor, and June, and everything's going on at the same time. There's such a... Does Tarantino know about this case? It'll be like Pulp Fiction, where it's got chapters and, you know, it's like mixed up the timeline. Well, I don't think we need to mix up the timeline, but just showing the different things going on at the same time. Or the movie Crash. That would be good. Or maybe we could do it like where each element of the story is an independent movie of its own right, and then for the grand finale they all come together and make sense. I mean, it's fucking... I really hope some major decent production house, director, whatever, gets a hold of this, and it's not just another Lifetime bullshit, Jodi Arias, dirty little secret movie. It could be so good. It could be the best movie ever, this story. And I know that the movie is never as good as the true what happened, but it has potential.
This call was placed while Catherine Magbanua was consistent with traveling on her way back from Comfort Rental Car, where the first rental car was rented, to her residence. As soon as the defendant hangs up with Katie, he calls his parents' landline and has a 25-minute conversation. On the stand, the defendant was asked about the use of landlines and whether he believed them to be more secure. He testified that on the call he was being asked about at that time that he was talking about switching over to a landline because he was in a place that had bad reception. If there's bad reception in South Florida at a dental office, what about all the other mentions of using a landline that we hear on the wire? Surely he wasn't in a place with bad reception for all those calls. And why call the parents on the landline? Surely they have reception in their South Beach high-rise. In the 2 years of phone records that were examined in this case, the defendant talks to his parents on the landline 28 times, or 0.07% of the times that he talks to them. So mostly on the cell phone by a large majority. 3 of these 28 times were on the days that the cars were rented to do these trips to Tallahassee. Whether or not that is a coincidence is entirely up to you. After the killers returned from Tallahassee on that first trip, we have a couple text messages of interest. On June 8th, 2014, the defendant indicates he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and Donna indicates, "I know you'll come through." Then on July 6th, we've got Wendy Adelson with a location at or near her parents' place when she texts Dan Markell and confirms he's going to be in town for his own murder. This slide depicts the night before the second trip. We know Catherine Magbanua and the defendant are together that evening at her place. He departs between 12:42 and 1 a.m. And then so after the defendant departs Catherine Magbanua's residence, we've got Catherine Magbanua calling Sigfredo Garcia. So within minutes of the defendant leaving, she calls Garcia. She talks to Garcia several more times into the wee hours of that night, the last one being at 1:56 a.m. And then at 9 a.m. the next morning, Garcia calls the rental car place. Once the Prius is rented, the second trip begins. The Prius is rented at 6:15 p.m. on July 15th, 2014. There are several calls between our parties on the day that the Prius is rented. So we just talked about the night before the Prius was rented. On the day the Prius was rented, we've got these two calls, several calls, including these two calls from the defendant to his parents' landline. Garcia and Rivera then depart for Tallahassee July 16th about 2 p.m. and arrive in Tallahassee around 1 a.m. Although this trip was only about 36 hours from the time they left Miami to the time they returned, there were 12 phone events between the defendant and Catherine Magbanua during that time, and there were 4 phone events between the defendant and Donna Adelson during that time frame, including late into the night on the night before the murder. On July 17th, Magbanua relayed to the shooters that this murder had to be done that day because the victim was scheduled to leave town the next day. And we confirmed that Dan Markell was in fact scheduled to leave for New York City the next morning on July 19th. It's hard to imagine how Luis Rivera could have obtained this information, if not in that pattern that we consistently observe in this case. Defendant to Magbanua, to Garcia, to Rivera, and back the other way. Certainly you're not really to believe that the killers divined this information from the professor's blog. That's not reasonable. Wendy offered that Danny sometimes put his travel information on Facebook, but you learned from Agent Sanford that there was no information about this particular trip on Danny's Facebook, so they didn't get it from there. This is because, as Rivera and Magbanua both told you, this information came in the form of that letter from defendant through Catherine Magbanua. How would these two hitmen even know where to go or who to kill if they hadn't been given any kind of instruction? Catherine Magbanua said she knew the plan was to kill Wendy's ex, but she never knew his full name until after he was killed. She did, however, deliver that envelope that the defendant put in her diaper bag to Sigfredo Garcia. The paper, she knew, contained the instructions for the murder. Defendant advised Catherine Magbanua that she should not touch the envelope or open it, as he had taken precaution to ensure that his prints and DNA would not be on it, that it would be untraceable to him, and she should do the same. She was to deliver the envelope to Garcia, and that's what she did. This is corroborated by Rivera, who says Garcia had a paper with him on the first trip, and it contained a picture of Dan Markell and a printed address. On the day of the murder, we have communications between our parties as listed here, with the red line representing the time of the murder. This flurry of calls between our persons of interest demonstrates the usual call pattern that we're seeing. Donna to the defendant, to Catherine Magbanua, to Garcia, and back. We have Wendy getting a text message on the day of the murder about her TV repair appointment from her mother, Donna Adelson. It indicates that Best Buy is on their way over to help you with the TV sets in your living room. Maybe she didn't remember which TV was broken. At 8:20, on the day of the murder, Wendy texts the defendant, "This is so sweet." That text was deleted. What does it mean? At 9:19 a.m., there's a phone call between Wendy Adelson and this defendant that lasts about, 30 minutes? No. 18 minutes. So this is about 30 minutes before the murder when they hang up They say they were discussing this TV that was not repairable. The TV that he gave her as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Only you guys can assess if you think that might just be a coincidence and nothing more. The Prius is at Premier at 9:16 a.m. The last phone communication between Garcia and Rivera is at 9:16. Afterwards, the phones turn off, consistent with what Rivera told you. We turned our phones off because we knew we were about to commit the murder, and they don't pop back up until, I think, about 12:30. The bus video catches them turning onto Benton Road to do the murder at 10:51 a.m., whereby they pull up right behind Professor Markel in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out of the Prius, approaches the driver's window, pointed his gun, and fired. Dan Markel raised his arm to protect himself, but it was no use. Professor Markel was executed at close range, whereby Garcia got back in the Prius and Rivera drove them away. Markel was left there to suffer and die. If not for James Geiger, there's no telling how many hours he might have suffered there alone and unaided.
James Geiger.
He fought for his life for 14 long hours.
Amazing part of the story, huh? James Geiger. I mean, if he hadn't have been in, no one else was out on the street on Trescott. You know, a gunshot really isn't loud like it is in films. It doesn't even sound like a gunshot. You know? It's like, you know, he just felt like something was wrong. The car sped away. He went over. And then he went back to the house. Right? The first time he came over, he saw the... Well, he obviously didn't see the broken glass. He saw the car on the driveway. And then thought, well, you know, maybe he's about to pull out of his driveway. He went back to his house, looking at that software that he and his wife were thinking about getting on the iPad. And a few more minutes went by. He noticed that the car still didn't pull out of the drive. And thought, I'm going to go back over. Something's not right. Amazing. I mean, you know, it's stuff like that where you really have to wonder, has this guy been sent by God or something? It's like, you know, then he came in and, Dan, what happened, Dan? And Dan's head is moving around. He's still alive. He calls he has to run back over to his house to get his phone because he left it on the couch. And then the goddamn 911 operator is like super non-urgent about it. He's like, oh, Benton Hills? Well, you know, nothing happens in Benton Hills. Northeast Tallahassee. He's super not urgent about it. Jim Geiger's like, you need to get someone here now, okay? You need to get them on the way. You need to get them started over here now. He's getting impatient because he can hear that there's no urgency. And I know 911 operators, you know, that's part of their training to not, like, you know, to remain calm and to, it's just a job for them. It's like working in a call center, basically, right? But, yeah, amazing element to the story. Jim Geiger, sent from God. Just imagine how long Dan would have sat there without medical attention, without pain management, without nothing. I mean, what time was the hit? It was about 11:30-ish, 11:30. So Dan might have sat there for... I mean, it's actually not out of the question that he would have sat there the entire weekend until someone didn't see him come into work. Oh no, he was scheduled to fly to New York that weekend, wasn't he? So I guess Amy would have gotten in touch with him. But I've always wondered about this, you know. If someone doesn't show up, what would the amount of time be before I would call the police to do a welfare check? What would be, you know, that's a pretty big step for me personally, you know, to call the police to do a welfare check. That would really need some major indication that there was something wrong. That's like a big step. If someone doesn't show up for a planned visit, I'd assume that something important came up, or it would at least be several days for me. And then I'd probably phone around his colleagues or friends, maybe. The Greenbergs, perhaps. Tamara Demko. Have you heard from Dan? He was supposed to come up. He's not shown up. Where is he? Is everything all right? You know, it just wouldn't be my first thing to go, right, well, I better call the police to do a welfare check. It would be days. Dan could have sat there for days, had it not been for Jim Geiger. Hero Jim.
Before he finally succumbed to his injuries. The autopsy confirmed that he was shot twice at close range with a .38 caliber revolver, consistent with what Rivera said they brought as the murder weapon. Next, he was stripped, x-rayed, photographed, and dissected, because he had become a piece of evidence. When Garcia and Rivera get back on the road, they're on a second bus video, leaving town at 10:55. That narrows the time of this shooting down to a 4-minute window between 10:51 when they're seen turning on the Benton and 10:55 when they're caught fleeing the scene. And then we've got the 911 call from Mr. Geiger at 11:01 a.m. The first phone call that either Garcia or Rivera make after turning off their phones to do the murder. So first call after that is at 12:30, and it's Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. Magbanua assures them that they'll get their money.
I know, right, Michelle? I see the movie in my head all the time, and I just wish that I could put up the money to just say, okay, let's really sit down and make this script and this screenplay, and then we'll go to Paramount, we'll go to 20th Century Fox, we'll go to all of these guys and say, listen, we've got something here, okay? The story is, and then just give them the whole thing. It would be fantastic. I really have taken it to the point of, you know, another montage that I really love for the cinematic value is Wendy's morning on the July 18th. You know, I just see her. We know that she woke up and that she was waiting for the TV repair guy. He came on the early side. I just imagine her walking around her house, that it looks like a normal day at first. She maybe makes a smoothie, has a little toast, dry toast and coffee, something like that. We see the clock on the wall, big kitchen clock, big one on the wall with the ticking hand going, just this anticipation building. Then the TV repair guy comes, and at the beginning of the film, we're totally looking like a normal day, right? The TV guy comes round, can't fix it, Best Buy goes away, she gets ready to go to Mosaic for lunch, and the next thing we hear is just the bullet breaking the window of Markel's car, and just that mix of normality and then some sudden incident that's got huge cinematic value. And then I guess as soon as the Markel has been shot, it cuts to 4 weeks earlier or something, and we see Katie and Charlie going around Miami, or it's so good. It would be such a good movie, and I see it in my head. I totally know what you mean, Michelle.
The next day. This is the same time frame, roughly, that Wendy Adelson was visiting the crime scene. Wendy indicated that she went to turn onto Trescott from Centerville Road, observed a roadblock, and then turned around. But we learned that what she said happened could not have happened. Instead, the roadblock was all the way down here by the blue dot. I've got 2 blue dots. The one at the top left of the page there is where the roadblock was, that yellow line, 3 to 5 houses down from the scene. Trescott and Centerville is all the way down where the other yellow bar is. Visible from the roadblock that she approached and was observed doing so by Officer Brannon were multiple law enforcement vehicles, marked vehicles. There was crime scene tape up. There was a marked vehicle with an officer stationed at the perimeter. It was visible from that position that there was something going on at her kid's house, the house where they lived with their father. And what did Wendy Adelson do upon encountering this roadblock and observing that the police were present on the street where her kids lived? She turned around and proceeded to the liquor store to pick up her bullet bourbon. And the defendant says, well, this is another coincidence because she was asked to bring it to a party. Well, maybe. But the timing of the purchase and the fact that she went out of her way to go by the crime scene on her way to get the bullet bourbon should raise an eyebrow. But it's what she didn't do that's even more suspicious. She didn't ask Officer Brannon, hey, what's going on? She didn't call Danny. She didn't call the police to make any inquiries, or even the daycare to make sure her kids made it there that morning. Remember, Danny had her kids. She didn't even call the daycare. Meanwhile, our shooters are headed back to Miami. They pop up on an ATM camera at 6:45 p.m. in Pembroke Pines, Florida. And then both of their phones are consistent with being at Rivera's residence as of about 7 p.m. that night. At 8:23 p.m., Catherine Magbanua and the defendant make plans to meet up at his house. At 9 p.m., Donna texts the defendant, outside your house, to which he responds, 10 men. He told you from the witness stand that this text meant that Donna was just passing by his house on her way to Tallahassee, and that they weren't meeting up. But Catherine Magbanua testified that when she arrived at defendant's house...
Charlie Adelson is so full of ridiculous fucking... Where is the text? Is it on the screen? No. Maybe back. Donna Adelson says we're at Whale Harbor, and Charlie says 10 minutes out. And like everyone knows how to read that and assume not assume, but to establish what is going on. There's a meeting, right? He's coming back. He's 10 minutes away. They're waiting. It's clear. It's totally clear. It could not be more clear. And Charlie tries to say, no. They were just letting me know that they were passing by. It's just ridiculous.
Your house, to which he responds, 10 men. He told you from the witness stand that this text meant that Donna was just passing by his house on her way to Tallahassee and that they weren't meeting up. But Catherine Magbanua testified that when she arrived at defendant's house, the defendant advised her that his parents had just been there and that he thought his mom had physically washed the money, which was damp when Catherine Magbanua received it. Magbanua finds the defendant to be carrying his gun around and in a frantic state. About the time that these two are meeting up at the defendant's house to do the money exchange, Dan Markell is pronounced dead at TMH. So he says he's going to be about 10 minutes out. Here he is, hitting at home at 9:40 p.m. At 9:46, we see Catherine Magbanua, consistent with being at Rivera's residence, and then consistent with heading toward the defendant's residence. She turns her phone off, and it stays off for 11 hours. When Magbanua's phone pops back up, it's 9:44 a.m. on Saturday morning, and she's headed back from the defendant's house, or the direction of his house, toward Rivera's residence. That's the money drop location. These phones are consistent with a meeting at 10:30 at Rivera's, which is the time, date, and place that he advised us he received his money from Magbanua. At 12:13 p.m., the defendant reaches out to Magbanua. Defendant, headed to the gym. Are you taking the kids to the beach? It's so nice. Magbanua, it's beautiful. Probably the pool. Defendant, nice, have fun. Ethan must be happy. This is what he's texting Magbanua within hours of her leaving with all the money in his safe. All of the money that he stared at and loved on since he was a child. And he wants to know if she's going to the pool. This might be a good time to remind you that the jury room is not a place to check your common sense. We want you to bring it in there. You have heard two wildly different versions of how this thing went down, and they can't both be right. I mean, somebody's trying to sell you a bill of goods. You were selected with the belief that you would be able to cut through the garbage and make sense of the evidence in this case and render a verdict that speaks the truth. A major problem for the defense theory is the idea that the defendant and Magbanua broke up after the murder, but then grew closer together over the next 2 years as she was collecting his monthly extortion payments. This is one of the more unreasonable parts of the defendant's testimony, well, it's definitely in the top 4, along with Latin King extortion payment plans, hitmen that hire themselves to kill someone that their intended future extortion victim hates, and most unreasonable of all is probably that Charlie Adelson, the guy that talks so tough in the hot tub about his unsavory connections, an arrogant man of extraordinary resources, a prize fighter of verbosity, would just lay down and take this in silence. Let's review some of these love texts. We got that one. Then we've got July 22nd. They're talking about the weather. They're talking about prescription shampoo. On October 6th, the defendant says, "I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as a part of my life." What? Lucky? Lucky. He says, "I love you" again on 2/24/15. According to him, he's now been making payments for 7 months. He's had her on the payroll for 6 months. No Latin Kings have contacted him in any way about collecting his outstanding debt of $195,000. Yet he continues to pay and love on Catherine Magbanua without reservation and without the slightest suspicion that she might be in on this, and without the slightest concern for helping solve the murder of who killed his brother-in-law.
Prize fighter of Adelson.
Defendant says he believed Catherine Magbanua wasn't taking any of the money even after he put her on the payroll.
Yeah, that's quite a good one, Victoria Girl. I'll put it on the list. The t-shirt list. Prize fighter of verbosity. I mean, how often does that statement come up?
Checks are going to her because she seemed broke. Defendant's explanation for all the love texts with Catherine Magbanua is that he felt sorry for her. He felt she was in the same position that he was in, being manipulated in the same way that he was. But the fact remains, folks, that she's taking his money. She's connected to the guy that's extorting him. She's connected to the guy that killed his brother-in-law. It defies logic that he would then proceed to grow closer with her. But he has to say that because he can't, there's no other way around these texts. It also defies reason based on what we know of this man, that he would take her for her word and just empty his safe into her purse and then keep paying, presumably forever, without asking any questions, talking about it all, or reporting anything to the police. Magbanua began getting checks from Adelson Institute 2 months after Markel's murder, and she continued receiving checks from that time frame up until the bump. The checks stopped happening at the time of the bump, and you should be asking yourself what that means. Why did the checks stop happening? Well, you would reasonably figure they stopped happening because the parties got spooked, because law enforcement, they suspected the bump could be law enforcement. Law enforcement might be getting closer, take her off the...
This bump is amazing, isn't it? I mean, the FBI... Yeah, okay, it took them 2 years. It takes time to get stuff done, okay? But this bump just really did its job, didn't it? Does anyone know another bump? I don't even know if there is another bump. They talk about it, law enforcement talk about it like it's a common tactic, but I don't know if one's ever really come up as it has in this case. But just think about how much the FBI got from that bump. The calls, the checks stopping to Catherine Magbanua, the videos of the bump and Dolce Vita, Matsuri, the Donna phoning Sammy and saying, "I don't know who Taco is." It's just the most amazing sting operation I think I've ever seen, even in like real life or fiction. That's why it's such a good movie, because it's better than fiction.
Payroll. If defendant was being extorted, as he told you on the witness stand, why would the payments stop? Why would the extortionist care if other extortionists had jumped on the bandwagon? Why would the bump impact the defendant's existing obligations to the original Latin Kings? The defendant said he put her on the payroll at Adelson Institute at her request to help her get insurance for her kids, with the understanding that the money was being funneled through her to someone else and she wasn't actually getting any of the proceeds. She was just going to use that paycheck.
See you later, Michelle. God, is it that late already in the East? I'm going to have to lay down in bed and listen, so I won't be commenting anymore. It's 1:30 a.m. and I have work tomorrow. Oh, you're a trooper, Michelle. We love you being here, babe. But I'll be listening until I drift off. Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Michelle. See you later. Yeah, well, sorry guys. Yeah, we're late. We were a little late starting tonight. We need to be a little bit earlier. I think 8 o'clock would be good, right? Seems our shows are being like 5 hours long at the moment. So I think if we start at 8, end at 1 Eastern, and that's still pretty okay for the West Coast, that's like what? I don't know. What would that be? That would be 5 until 10. That's okay. Oh shit.
Everyone but the foreperson can be seated.
What? Ah. Oh. God damn it. Ugh.
Tracy doesn't mind.
Skip the video. How did that happen? How did we go back? I blame you, Michelle. Where is this? Where is this? We have to do the link again, I guess. Okay, 2 secs. I gotta get the link again, guys. So it's... Did anyone notice the time code that we were at? I have no idea. I think we were about an hour in, right? Oh, here we go. It's saved.
Paycheck to assist her with getting subsidized housing or insurance, I think it was, for her kids. But you can see from this slide, which is dated June 24th, 2014, that she's texting him about getting on the payroll prior to this alleged first extortion effort. He says no problem at that time. This is between the first and second trips. She's asking to be on the payroll. So the explanation from defendant about why she's on the payroll does not fit with the other evidence in this case. So we've got all this evidence that points to the defendant. The motive points to him. When we follow the money, it leads to him. The Prius eventually leads back to him through these conspirators. And each time we have a big event in this case, we see these call flurries where all the parties are calling each other in that structure that I talked about. It goes from this one to this one to this one. But as the defense points out, these folks had independent relationships with each other that could explain those communication patterns. So without knowing the content, how could we know if they're really talking about the murder or if these call flurries around these key events are just a coincidence? A conspiracy can be shaped like a cluster with everybody talking to everybody. It can be shaped like a wheel with one central hub talking to all the different spokes. Or it can be shaped like a train car, which is what we have here, where one person talks to only the car in front of them and the car behind them. Law enforcement was asking these same questions. How is this conspiracy shaped? How does it work? How does information flow through it? What are different parties' relative roles within the conspiracy? And the wiretap and bump were designed to answer those questions. Did you notice that Donna Adelson, see how the paper's folded in half? She didn't even look at the paper before she put it in her purse. She didn't think this was a process server. She knew exactly what it was the moment this man approached. And then she just goes about her business. Does she give law enforcement this valuable information that could be used to solve the brutal murder of her son-in-law? I mean, this guy that approached her obviously knows something about who.
Harley D is up painting a room. You see, this is where I listen to 5-hour streams as well, when I'm painting a room. I think that's our main market. House painters, it's like, that's where it's at.
Who killed Dan Markell, right? So surely she went straight to the cops. Nope. Instead, she goes straight to this.
Harley D, do you start with the corners or finish with the corners? I did a lot of painting this year. You know, and I tried different things. Sometimes I tried doing the edges first and then fill it all in. Sometimes fill it all in and then do the edges. It's, you know, it's different, isn't it? What's your method, Harley?
Defendant who goes straight to Catherine Magbanua, who goes straight to Sigfredo Garcia. In that first call after the bump, Donna says she doesn't want to talk on the phone, but defendant can't leave it alone. He asks, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably the both of us. Probably both of us. He says, what's that? Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. He doesn't say, no, I have no general idea what you're talking about. He says, all right. He absolutely does have a general idea what he's talking about. And if they were innocent, as the defendant...
Hey, Jackie, thanks. What did Jackie say? Let's read Jackie's comment. Thank you, Jackie, for the 3 coffees. Jackie says... What does Jackie say? I really enjoy your commentary. I listen every day. Well, thank you, Jackie. And yeah. It's Adelson month, so keep coming back. Love to see you, Jackie. Thanks for the coffees.
Has claimed, and this was in fact a second extortion attempt, there is not a reason in the world why they wouldn't just say that. I got approached by another one. One came and paid me a visit today. It's happening again. In call B, the defendant asked Donna to take a picture of the bump letter and send it to him, and she refuses. Why?
What are you painting, Victoria girl?
Are the Latin Kings going to see the text? Do you think someone is trying to blackmail you? Maybe.
Oh, hang on. Did I miss something? Is she talking about paint? Or are we taking a walk around her mind right now? Wherever that might lead us. I don't know.
Could be. I don't know. No. That's crazy. That's his response. And I'm not adding the emphasis on that syllable. He says it like that.
I'm not adding the emphasis on that syllable. I'm not exactly sure why she does that. It's, I like it though.
That's crazy. How is it crazy? You're already being extorted by Latin King members. Remember, Doctor? It's because he hadn't come up with that part yet. In call C, defendant calls back again to tell Donna not to talk about things in the apartment or any place. Why? Why? The Latin Kings aren't in there. And she doesn't ask why, because it's obvious. She says, oh, obviously. Why? Because they might be under surveillance? Well, who cares if they have nothing to hide? Here we see the first use of code on the wire. People don't talk in code if they've done nothing wrong. People do not talk in code if they haven't done anything wrong. Defendant knows. I mean, he knows that fact, and that's why he told you we did.
Ah, I see. Yeah. Well, from the look of your house, it's probably going to be a big job.
Didn't talk in code on the wire. We spoke carefully. What does that mean? Careful of what? Defendant also told you under oath that he regrets that his mom randomly used the word TV in this call as part of her careful talk. The defendant...
Yes, please, Mex is my handyman. Yeah, I can change light bulbs and, if there's a problem with your, plumbing.
Got Wendy Adelson a TV as a divorce present as a cheaper alternative to hiring a hitman. Dan Markell was killed by a hitman. Then the same TV is Wendy's alibi for the murder.
Yeah, I got her this TV. You know, I was gonna get her a hitman, but the TV was cheaper, so I got her this TV. It's just... It is the most ridiculous thing. I've said it so many times on this channel. I don't want to go over things I've said because most of our listeners are returning listeners. So you will have heard me say it 1,000 times. But just, what is this joke? It's not a joke. It's not funny. It doesn't... It's just... It's just an expression of hate, right? That's all it is. It's an expression of hate. A motive, hate, motive.
A service appointment that her mother set up for her from South Florida. And then on the wire, Donna says, quote, "This TV is going to cost about $5." Does the defendant say, "What TV? What are you talking about?" since you inserted a random object into this?
Yeah, Georgia knows that it's emphasis and syllable, not syllable. But it's like meta reference. She's using her exemplars to reference Charlie Adelson's emphasis or emphasis on that's crazy, right? That's what it is.
Careful talk conversation. No, he doesn't need to ask what TV because he knows exactly what she's talking about and he parrots it back. They asked you for $5,000. The defendant has advised you that this TV stuff is a coincidence. Is it a coincidence or is it obvious they're referring to their conspiracy and this murder? Only you can decide which explanation is credible. The players in this case are smart. They've given a lot of thought to their preparations before this and to their explanations after. We know the seed was planted in early 2013 and it took over 1 year to come to fruition. And they really thought of almost everything. A clever TV-related alibi for Wendy, a frame job for Lacasse, and they insulated themselves by hiring Catherine Magbanua.
Yeah, okay, 25 coats minimum. Well, I do require breaks and milk and cookies. Homemade. Homemade cookies. Think you can handle that?
As a middleman, walling themselves off like those train cars, only communicating with the one in front and the one behind, and having no connection to the one further down the line.
And thanks so much, Amy, for the 5 cups of coffee on buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix. Woke up to make some tea and going back to bed. Sorry, I'm missing the live, everyone. Feeling a bit under the weather. I know. Amy's sick. Her little girl is also with the flu. Get well soon, guys, and wrap up warm. Lots of fluids. You know the drill.
It's also important to note that in these first few calls, A, B, and C, that Donna Adelson describes the bump to the defendant, and she says the person that approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. But she does not say the name Katie or Catherine. Then, with only this very limited information, defendant calls only one of his many ex-girlfriends, Catherine Magbanua. In call D, defendant tells Magbanua that he thinks that this undercover, the would-be extortionist, said her name. We know this is true. The undercover did say Katie, but Donna had not yet told the defendant that. They only communicated in calls A, B, and C. And the only communication on those calls was that the person mentioned ex-girlfriend. On the wire, the defendant says he just called Katie, Catherine Magbanua, because she was his most recent ex-girlfriend. Well, we know that's not true because there's at least one woman that defendant will admit meets that definition between Magbanua and the bump, and that's Whitney Kick. On the stand, he told you all that all the you might not be the right Katie conversation. There's several mentions of that. Yo, I'm not sure you're the right Katie. I apologize. I'll feel stupid if you're not the right Katie. That was designed to reassure her that he was not setting her up. Once defendant meets with his mother and gets the details and the paper with the undercover's phone number, he meets up with Catherine Magbanua at Dolce Vita. If they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Does that sound like an innocent man? Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Talking about what? The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder. And if you don't have any, then there's nothing to not talk about. The cops aren't going to be doing a wiretap to investigate him getting extorted, which he hasn't even reported to law enforcement. So, not talk about what? Defendant discusses how he's going to start arming himself and is prepared to shoot. He told you under oath from the stand that he was being threatened and extorted by gang members for 2 years at the time that this recording was made. And now he's just starting to think about carrying a gun? Does this sound like a man that's been living in fear for 2 years? Does this sound like a guy who lays down and takes his lumps without question when threatened? Someone comes up to me asking for money in my house? He says that. Lines 23 and 24 on the top there. He says this as if it's a preposterous proposition that somebody would just walk into his house and demand money. But isn't that what happened to you? How is that preposterous? But wait, what changed? On the next page he says, yeah, and guess what? When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. This is the same man who took the witness stand and swore under oath that he was a victim in this case and that he had been too paralyzed by fear of gang members to come forward and report his victimization. Dr. Adelson on this recording is the real Dr. Adelson. On the stand, he was so controlled, so knowledgeable about his case, so practiced. But there is no way to explain away his statements on this recording. When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant in action in his role as fixer or problem solver. He's working those phones, trying to get Katie to investigate the bump and find out if it's legitimate or not, and also trying to reassure Donna that it's just the cops fishing and it's nothing to worry about. The bump is an actual recorded example of how this defendant acts when he is threatened by a purported extortionist. And how he acts is the complete opposite of how he's telling y'all he acted in the first extortion. Number one, he does not stay quiet about the bump. He talks about it a lot. There are multiple calls with Donna and Katie discussing the bump and what the next step should be. 2, he takes action. There are multiple in-person meetings with his mom and with Katie and eventually with his dad too about the bump and what to do about it. 3, he investigates the bump. He asks questions. He enlists Magbanua to find out who this is. He talks a lot about his concerns that this will not be just a one-time payment but could turn into some ongoing problem. And 4, he doesn't take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if these people think they can threaten his family and get away with it. He suggests that the problem might require an additional murder. Quote, if he can't do it, I'll find someone else that can. Number 5, he's suspicious. He does not blindly accept the representations of this purported blackmailer that approached his mother. It's clear from the Dolce meeting that he doesn't fully trust Katie. He certainly doesn't trust this purported blackmailer that bumped into his mom. The person that represented themselves, the person that approached his mom represented himself as a Latin King gang member, right? I'm a brother of this guy that I met in Broward or whatever. And he's demanding money from her. Yet, the defendant does not take
I'm a brother of this guy I met in Broward or whatever. See, Georgia Kappelman listening to Katie on the calls earlier that we listened to, what would that have been like? That would have been so funny. I ain't gonna fuck this bitch in the fucking motherfucking ass. Fuck you up, motherfucker. That's just like some generic tough guy talk that's like, okay, well, you're saying fuck a lot, so I guess I should be scared. Motherfucking get fucking wobbling, my man, fucking wobble. Put him on the plan. Yeah, plan, get the plan. Put him on their plan. Extortion plan.
His mother. It's clear from the Dolce meeting that he doesn't fully trust Katie. He certainly doesn't trust this purported blackmailer that bumped into his mom. The person that represented themselves, the person that approached his mom represented himself as a Latin King gang member, right? I'm a brother of this guy that I met in Broward or whatever.
I just love the way she does. I'm a brother of this guy I met in Broward or whatever. She's like, oh, whatever. That's just like, you see, Georgia has real strength, not fake TV tough guy strength. You know, Georgia is grounded. Not like the moldy old fucking Chris, what was his name? Chris Miles. The what did Wendy call him? The intelligent and lovely Chris Miles. Do you remember what he did with his feet at the podium? Put one leg behind the other in this just weak-ass posture. Georgia doesn't do that at all. 2 feet on the ground. Sound as a pound.
And he's demanding money from her. Yet, the defendant does not take his word for it that he's a gang member. He's not so in fear for his mother's life that he opens the safe and gets $5 grand more out and gives it to Katie. A pittance compared to the amount he's telling you he handed out to the first.
Wow, look at this. Is this the quote, Neverly? That's even worse than do you speak Spanish? Oh, I do. Do you speak Spanish? No. Oh, I do. Oh, but this one's even better, I think. Wendy did say to Isim that she is ambidextrous, but she writes with her right hand. You see, why is that crazy? Well, that's crazy because, you know, the vast majority of all people on the planet write with their right hand. So if what you're being asked to do is to write, you don't need to tell someone that you're ambidextrous, but you can write with your right hand? I mean, when would you say it? Well, you would say it if you switch your knife and fork to the opposite way round, like I do, like all Pisces do, apparently. Then you say, well, I never say that I'm ambidextrous. I mean, I don't even count that as ambidextrous. I just think that eating that way is better than the normal way. I mean, you know, it was when I broke my arm, and then I had to switch. And then, you know, I was like, well, this makes sense. Why have I been doing it this other way? Because I was told to? Fuck that. We're doing it the right way, the good way. I still can't remember. In my head, I don't know what I use. Whatever it is, it just comes natural to me. I could do it both ways, but, you know, I write with my right hand. Like everybody else.
Layer of extortion. Number 6, he doesn't pay. He doesn't bring the $5,000 to Dolce and give it to Katie and say, go pay it. Because that's what I do when I'm threatened. I pay. He doesn't pay. He doesn't ever pay. And it's only $5,000. Instead, he analyzes and thinks through and talks about every possible scenario. Defendant says it's one of two things, or one of two scenarios. One being the cops, 2 being someone actually trying to blackmail his family about this murder. According to him now, he's been blackmailed for 2 years. And he's talking to Catherine Magbanua. He's talking to the person that's been collecting his money all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge the first extortion in the Dolce Vita meeting. Why not? Oh, because she asked me not to talk about it. Well, times have changed. There's a second extortion effort now, and they're approaching my mother. You think I'm not going to mention the first extortion? Your people have been running their mouths, and now they've tracked down my mother. You need to go get this under control. Nothing like that. Next in the Dolce recording, defendant begins to explain how to prove a crime. The police have to put the person at the scene, not just in the car. He's reassuring her that even if we, law enforcement, can tie her or the shooters to the Prius, that we'll never be able to charge them. Because they didn't come to Tallahassee, they didn't shoot anyone, they didn't do anything wrong, and therefore they can't be held accountable. But that is not the law as the judge has instructed you. Everyone who wanted this done and did some act toward accomplishing it is guilty as the one that pulled the trigger. He's also telling her that even if Rivera has run his mouth to this would-be extortionist, his word alone, that, hey, if he goes to the cops and starts singing and says, hey, Rivera told me he did this murder, that's not going to be enough. Basically, he didn't use the word hearsay, but that's not going to be enough to proceed on an arrest in this case. This person knows information, so Katie, they'll be back. Whoever it is knows information. Information about what? You had nothing to do with it. Remember that, doctor? You've been extorted and that hasn't been reported. What information do they have? You mean information that could be used to solve the murder of your former brother-in-law? If so, why wouldn't you want those people to go to the cops? Why wouldn't you want them to come forward with that information? Then the guilty parties will be held accountable. Your extortionist will be jailed without you having to do or risk anything. Next, defendant talks about what will happen if the would-be extortionist, the undercover, is picked up.
Absolutely, Harley. Harley would love to converse with Wendy in Spanish just to see how far she'd go, or if that's BS too. It's más paella, señor. Mucho paella, señor. Muy bueno, señor. Necesito ayuda con platos, señor. That's it. Oh, yeah, the summer in Guatemala. Yeah, no, on her resume, which we should go through that sometime. It's fucking hilarious. On her resume, she actually lists that she is fluent in Portuguese as well. And, you know, I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt it. It's much less. I think Spanish is, of all second languages, I think Spanish is one that's fairly easy, right? I mean, it's not difficult to pronounce for English speakers. You know, much more than German or Russian or Mandarin, or, you know, Spanish is very easy compared to those languages. Even French, you know. But Portuguese does not share. Spanish people that come to Portugal don't know what the fuck is going on. Seriously. It's not the same at all. It's very different. And, yeah, there's another one on her list. What was it? It was the language of Uganda, which, what is that? Let me just double check what that is. Uganda language. You think that would come straight up? What do they speak in Uganda? Bantu. I think it's Bantu. Yeah, Bantu. Yeah, she says I'm fluent in Bantu. Can you imagine? That's really convenient. You know, the language that no one is going to be able to test you on.
By law enforcement. Next thing you know, this person is singing. Other people start singing. As soon as they have him, he starts calling your name out, and then there's going to be police at your door and at my door. If you're innocent of this murder, why are you worried about the extortions? Telling law enforcement whatever it is he knows about the murder of Dan Markell. Defendant says he wants to pay the money. Oh, got ahead of myself. He wants to pay the money, but he's explaining to her the problem with paying is that people might keep coming back or tell their friends who will jump on board as well. He's explaining to her the problems with paying a potential extortionist. What he doesn't say, which is what you would expect if he'd been getting extorted for 2 years, is Garcia, or whoever you've been giving my money to, has obviously been running their mouths, and now they are messing with my mother. Next, he gives instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate. But do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on. Only use the words help and charity. This isn't the guy described in this first extortion who just
We need to
rolled
hear that
over
again.
and threatened. He's in control. He's giving the orders.
Georgia, stop. We need to hear that again. This is Charlie Adelson's big plan, right? He's been thinking about this at his desk. You know, running the whole thing through his mind. How can we give a bribe without giving a bribe? And how can we say we don't know when, you know, how can we excuse the fact that we're willing to give a bribe without admitting that we're worried about what they say? Yes, use the words help and charity. To help the less fortunate. We're willing to help the oh, okay, so it's a bribe then.
In their mouths, and now they are messing with my mother. Oh, got ahead of myself. He wants to pay the money, but he's explaining to her the problem with paying is that people might keep coming back or tell their friends who will jump on board as well. He's explaining to her the problems with paying a potential extortionist. What he doesn't say, which is what you would expect if he'd been getting extorted for 2 years, is Garcia, or whoever you've been giving my money to, has obviously been running their mouths, and now they are messing with my mother. Next, he gives instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate. But do not contact these people again
because the name sounds familiar.
The police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on.
You said taco, and I know Tuto. So the name sounds familiar, so I'm going to give you $5,000. Yep, just sign it up. Here's a check. Who do I make out this check to for $5,000? Because Tuco and Taco, it's very familiar. So I'll help you out. But it's charity and help for the less fortunate.
Only use the words help and charity. This isn't the guy described in this first extortion who just rolled over when threatened. He's in control. He's giving the orders. He's giving instructions. Why would you have to give instructions to a blackmailer about how to handle a blackmailer? Next, the defendant says, now he's fucking with his wife, and he's fucking with him, and you fuck with the king himself, you better kill him, because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Defendant testified that this means the only way to stop Garcia is to kill him. He's not talking about killing him. He's just saying he's a really bad dude, and that's the only way to kill him. The evidence shows that he's saying
the only way to stop him is to kill him. He's so crazy, he's so tough, that the only way you'll never stop him unless you kill him, because he'll just keep coming back. You beat him with fists, he comes back with a knife. You beat him with a knife, he comes back with a gun. You beat him with a gun, you better fucking kill him, because he'll just keep coming back until one of you is dead.
If Garcia can't handle the undercover, he'll get somebody else to do it. Then he says, and so help me God, they fuck with my family, it's gonna be fucking Nazi shit, because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. Defendant and I went back and forth on the stand about what Nazi shit might include, and I think we ultimately agreed that that would be killing. And then he says, I don't care what I have to spend. If you're struggling to figure out who this man is, that's a good clue right there. He's going to buy a solution to this problem exactly how he paid for a solution to the problem of Danny Markel. Here he wants to know if Garcia has any bad feelings toward him, meaning, is Garcia willing to look into this and handle this for me? Or does he still hate me because I used to date you? If defendant had really been getting extorted all along, surely he'd say something like, I've been paying all this money, I've been compliant with everything, can you get him to look into this and figure this out? Katie, I'll go to the moon and back for you. Why? Because she did something big for him, and he's going to be indebted to her for the rest of his life. Not because he feels sorry for her, not because she's his protector. He's the protector. He'll go to the moon and back for her because they're neck deep in this conspiracy together. Somebody messes with her, they mess with him. Somebody messes with him, they're messing with her. It's the same thing. Here he's demonstrating an understanding of a rational understanding of how blackmail works.
Yeah.
His example is that you could blackmail someone that's cheating on their...
I'll go to the moon and back for you. I'll go to the moon and back for you to protect you. You know, until you're arrested. And then I'm shutting it down. And when I'm arrested, I'm going to blame everything on you. But until then, I'm going to the moon and back for you every day. Moon and back. Oh. No honor amongst thieves or murderers, it seems.
Their wife, meaning you blackmail someone that you have dirt on. You don't go kill somebody and then go up to an innocent person and say, I killed your brother-in-law, give me money. At the end of the conversation, defendant says, you know who this is coming from? Inside. And then I don't have a slide for this, but he goes on to talk about what he will do for her. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do. I show you what I could do. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, sorry, mute button. I was just buttering some toast. Victoria Girl posted a picture of some toast on Discord, and I just had to have some immediately. Yeah, no, what was I saying? Shit, what just happened? I had something to say. Hang on, wait.
Conversation. You don't go kill somebody and then go up to an innocent person and say, I killed your brother-in-law, give me money. At the end of the conversation, defendant says, you know who this is coming from? Inside.
This is what I was going to say. In some ways, I think it's good that the FBI left it for 2 years before the bump, because they all got fucking complacent, arrogant. We've won. Adelson's win. Adelson's win. You know, the way that they talk on the wire, this is coming from the inside. You know, maybe they wouldn't have been that obvious at the beginning. Maybe they would have been more paranoid. Maybe they would have been, you know, just a lot more careful. I don't know. You know, ultimately it doesn't matter. We're still, you know, it's been 9 years since the bump, for fuck's sake.
And then I don't have a slide for this, but he goes on to talk about what he will do for her. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do. I show you what I could do. You know what I'm saying? You know how I am. I look for things to do. You don't ask me for shit. Didn't she ask you for 130?
If someone spoke to me like that, I'd think they were a complete fucking asshole. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do. I show you what I would do. You know how I am. I look for things to do. It's a red flag for an abuser.
$38,000 and then a payment plan and then another $195,000. You
put him on the plan. Extortion plan.
Don't ask me for shit. I look for things to do for you. Is that a statement that would be made to his blackmailer, or at least the woman that's taking the money to the blackmailers? These are just a selection of the incriminating quotes on this Dolce Vita recording, and I know it's a struggle to listen to it. You will have the recording, not the transcripts, but you'll have all the audios. The transcripts are just demonstratives. They don't go back. But you can kind of hunker down and listen as much as you can to get what you can out of that Dolce recording, because it is full of gems, and you can probably think of 10 more arguments than the ones I've just tortured you with today. In the initial recordings, the defendant and Magbanua seem to be kind of dancing.
I really like that. Excuse me, I'm chewing. But what Georgia just did there, you could probably think of 10 more arguments than the ones I've just tortured you with today. Why is that good? Well, it's good because the jury probably can fill in a lot of their own ideas about the testimony. Georgia is saying how many arguments she's given, 10, saying that she could give a lot more, but also considering the jury's needs and saying, I don't need to. I'm not going to sit here and overload you and bore you, but I've given you a bunch, and I know that you've got your own bunch, so it's just good sales tactic.
Around the issue, right? Nobody ever...
You know, demonstrating that something exists without having to go through it is a great sales tactic.
Speaks directly. He can't know for sure at this point that she's not involved in the extortion effort or possibly wearing a wire, and she can't know for sure that he's not wearing a wire. So they're both just feeling each other out in the first several interactions after the bump. But those are the best stuff before they start to figure out, okay, we really think this is law enforcement. After the meeting with Magbanua, defendant calls Donna and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Now remember, he's not talking in code. He assures Donna repeatedly that it's being handled and there's nothing to worry about. Then we hear in call H, the call where Magbanua calls Garcia and he's really angry. And she needs him to call that number to figure out who this is and to deal with it. Ultimately, Garcia says he will take care of the problem. The less she knows, the better, and then he tells her to stop talking about it on the phone and hangs up. Then we go to this, that's that. And then we
Chandler Halderson Yeti mug.
got the
I hate those things.
Real struggle over the phone number. The point of this is that this number was handed to Donna. The number goes from Donna to Charlie, to Katie, and now to Garcia. Here in call J, we hear the reference to investment as code for the $5,000 extortion payment. A good investment would be someone who really does know something, not somebody that's just fishing, and will agree that 5,000 is going to handle it. You're going to go away, you're going to be silent about whatever you know, 5,000 is going to do it. A bad investment would be someone who's just read the papers and decided, hey, I'm going to try this, a law enforcement officer, or somebody that's going to take the 5,000 and then just keep coming back for more and more and more and more, and it'd be a continuous problem. This is a composite slide of all the places in the recordings that are in evidence where the parties express concerns about the details that the undercover had. It's getting too detailed. He's coming up with a lot of fucking details, etc. It's obvious they're analyzing the legitimacy of the undercover and assessing how much of a threat he is based on the quantity and the quality of the details that he has about the killing of Dan Markel. Then you've got more property, enlisting, code talk, more concern that the blackmailer might try to increase the amount. Here's a composite slide illustrating all the different calls where the defendant expresses concern that if he pays, that might not be the end of it. And the reason why I think this is so important is because you've been paying for 2 years. Why are you analyzing how blackmail goes, or might go, so much? You're supposedly an expert in it. Here, defendant gets stern with Captain Magbanua, telling her to find out who the F it is and stop playing their games. Again, for a guy that's living in mortal fear of Latin King gang members, he's pretty confident. He's pretty in control. Recall that in this one call, she basically says, I can't, she's really furious in this call. She's like, I can't do all this code anymore. I can't talk in code. Remember, defendant told you he didn't talk in code on the wire. So she breaks character here in this call, BB. The defendant later says to her, the quote I already gave you about how they're in this together. They're one and the same. And I couldn't agree more with that statement. This slide is a composite of all the places where defendant says if he had information about the murder, he would collect the reward money. First of all, whichever side of this case, whichever theory you're finding credible, both sides agree that the defendant knew the whole time who killed Dan Markel, or close to the whole time. So definitely could have gone and gotten the reward money, although it's hard to imagine he would collect reward money for information about the death of his own loved one. Defendant claims he doesn't go to the police, period. And he offers an example of, I had a jet ski stolen and I didn't go to the police. Well, maybe the insurance was worth more than the trouble from the cops. I don't know. But he has gone to the police before. There was evidence of that. And the evidence shows that when somebody messes with him, he comes at them with everything he has. On the lawsuit with Ryan Fitzpatrick, the incident with his child's mother, incident with an old roommate, incident with a former female employee, some of those included reports to law enforcement. Some of them included use of other resources. In the last case with the female employee, he sent a letter that said, you know, he accused her of trying to shake him down. So she's trying to extort him. And it states that he would never pay her a dime. In fact, I'm going to get attorney's fees. He's a guy with considerable resources, and he's not a shrinking violet. He is not afraid to use those resources to his advantage. If some street thug was trying to push him around, do you think he'd lay down and take that without doing one thing about it? This slide is a composite of some of the occasions defendant mentions the option of going to the police. And these quotes are specifically in reference to him saying, like, if you're threatened, you go to the police. If you're threatened, you go to the police. And he has done that before, but he did not go to the police in this case. He didn't go to the police in 2014, not out of fear, as he would have you believe, but because he did this crime. He believed he had gotten away with this crime. He didn't go in 2015 because he was busy that year having the best year of his life. Financially, got in a serious relationship with a new girl, June Mchinda, cruises the intercoastal in his boat. This dude had solved the problem. Everyone was happy. Wendy and the boys were back in South Florida where they belonged. Mom was happy. He was making money hand over fist. June described the beginning of their relationship. June Mchinda described the beginning of her relationship with this defendant in October of 15 as a fairy tale. He is not sweating anything, folks. And that continued until the time of the bump in this case, in April 2016, whereby the defendant became agitated, angry, and anxious. This was before the report concerning him was leaked. At the time of the bump, his behavior changed noticeably. June noticed it, and Ryan Fitzpatrick noticed it as well. He was erratic. Now, why on earth would he be more stressed out after his extortionists were arrested? He seemed perfectly fine to these witnesses when he would have you believe he was in fear for his life. And then he further told you that he was more nervous after the arrest because he feared he'd be falsely arrested. Why? You didn't do anything wrong, you're not going to get arrested. Now, yeah, after the report gets leaked, okay, but why are you so nervous before that? Or were you a hot mess because you knew that we were getting closer? Here's Catherine Magbanua and the defendant discussing if the undercover could be someone who's trying to be an informant. An informant for what, if not the death of Dan Markel? He's not going to be an informant on the defendant getting extorted, a crime he has not reported. Here they're talking about whether the undercover is getting his information from the inside or the outside. The inside meaning someone within the murder conspiracy, someone on that board, or the outside, somebody that one of those people told. Magbanua says it can only be one of two, apparently. If somebody's that desperate, not from the inside, because there's too much from the inside that the person knows from the outside. so they won't risk it. That's why I know for a fact it's not from the inside. And Adelson says, it's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer. Yeah, and they just made a big mistake, she says. As the wire goes on and the defendant proceeds to continue to analyze the additional bump efforts that law enforcement makes, that text message, the letter, the call to the Adelson Institute, he becomes increasingly confident that this would-be extortionist is an undercover agent. And then after listening to Donna's call to the undercover, he is completely sure of that. And you have never seen anybody so elated to be under investigation by the FBI for first-degree murder. Consider this in light of defendant's assertions that he was acting strangely.
He's so elated. I think it's the FBI. This is the best news ever.
After the bump.
If they're doing this, it means they have nothing. Well, how did that work out, Charles? They don't have anything on us. That's why they're trying to do this wiretap bump bullshit. They got nothing. Nothing.
Because he was worried about being falsely arrested. To the contrary, he doesn't seem worried at all. He seems thrilled. I think he says it's fantastic in one of these calls. I want to turn briefly to your jury instructions. The defendant is charged with conspiracy to commit murder, solicitation to commit murder, and first-degree murder. Why all three? Because
this is interesting.
The defendant...
I like these explanations. All three charges are really for the same offense, right? First-degree murder, count 1. Dan Markel is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. There was a premeditated killing of Dan Markel.
Didn't just ask Catherine Magbanua to do this and promise her money. He didn't just set a plan of action in place toward doing it. It got done. It got done. And that's what makes it a murder. That's the difference between just conspiring. You didn't just conspire. It got done. This is the difference between just soliciting or just conspiring and being a principal to first-degree murder. To prove the crime of first-degree murder, I must prove to you that this was premeditated. Premeditation is defined as killing after consciously intending to do so. This murder, consciously deciding to do so. All right, so this murder was in the works for over a year. It began with the failed relocation efforts. When defendant first looked into hiring a hitman, it took root when he enlisted Catherine Magbanua, and she thereby brought in Garcia and Rivera to do the killing. The planning that went into the killing was extensive, spanning over a year, and it included the solicitation of Magbanua to find someone to do the murder, the preparation of that letter and that envelope that were placed in Catherine Magbanua's diaper bag, free of DNA or prints containing the directions for a murder that was delivered to the hired gun, Secreto Garcia. 3, the payments that were made in advance for renting the vehicles in the hotel room, the expenses associated with those trips. That was part of the planning. 4, the scouting and stalking of Professor Markel that we learned went on in both trips. And 5, the pressure that defendant applied to Catherine Magbanua after that first attempt failed. Get it done, get it done, get it done. 6, of course, is the payment itself. He paid for it. All the planning, all the meetings, all the precautions were coming to fruition when that hired gun fired those 2 shots that devastated so many lives on July 18th, 2014. When you think about how this case was proven, we started at a single point, the crime scene, and we went in 2 totally different directions. We chased the Prius, and we chased the motive, the bad blood of the in-laws. And the investigation could have stalled if either of these leads had resulted in a dead end. But all the little breadcrumbs led to the same place. The Prius led to Garcia and Rivera, which led to Magbanua. The bad blood and the divorce led to the Adelson family. The wire confirmed the defendant's specific involvement, not just some Adelson, that Adelson. Then Rivera and eventually Magbanua confirmed his involvement as well. I want to spend a moment talking about the principal instruction. We talked about this in jury selection. The defendant didn't pull the trigger, but that doesn't mean he isn't just as responsible as the person who did. Without every player in this conspiracy, the murder doesn't get done. In your jury instructions, it says there are 2 ways to prove defendant's guilt under the law of principles. If he intended that the murder be done and he did some act, preparing the paper, procuring Magbanua, or said some word, get it done, get it done, get it done, that caused or helped another to commit the crime, then he is guilty of first-degree murder. Or, 2 ways you can find it. Or, if he intended the murder to be done, and he made or promised payment in exchange for the murder, and the crime was committed by another person, he's guilty of first-degree murder. My burden today is to prove to you this case beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury instructions tell you that a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. So when you're stuck back there deliberating, ask yourself, what is reasonable? When you're weighing a piece of evidence and deciding, like, is this a doubt or not? Is it reasonable? Does it fit with the other evidence in the case? If you find yourself saying, what if, or a fellow juror is saying, what if, without evidence to support whatever it is that comes after the what if, that's speculation. Remind your fellow jurors to get back on track. And that cannot be a reasonable doubt if it's speculation. My burden is to prove the elements of the listed offenses. Nothing more. If you have a question that I have failed to prove the answer to, but it's not one of these elements of the crime that the judge has given you, that is not a reasonable doubt. I'm concerned that you'll get back there and think, well, he didn't pull the trigger, so let's just do conspiracy and solicitation. You guys have worked too hard to render a compromised verdict at this point. I trust that each of you will follow the law and your oath to render a wise and legal verdict in this case. This defendant is guilty of first-degree murder under the principal theory, if ever anyone has been. So the efforts to distract you from this case and what it's really about, including these clear links in this conspiracy and all the evidence that establishes them, the text, the calls, the records, the testimony of Rivera, testimony of Magbanua, all those things together. The wiretap, the phone calls, the iCloud messages, and the absence of any other reasonable explanation should all lead you to one conclusion. This is the puzzle. This is the puzzle. The image is clear. When I confronted Rivera with the defense theory that he and Garcia acted alone to kill Markel and then extorted money out of the dentist through Magbanua, he found it laughable. I wrote down his quote, that's a good one. It came out in this trial that in Garcia's trial, Rivera was portrayed as the sole killer, the bad guy. He conspired directly with Charlie Adelson, according to Garcia, to commit the murder through WhatsApp or some kind of way. Garcia's lawyers said this was all done without the knowledge and participation of Garcia. Then we learned in Magbanua's trial, Garcia supposedly conspired directly.
Objection, Your Honor. Approach.
Now, here we are in the trial of Charlie Adelson, and the truth has been revealed. Once again, the state got this almost right. That's what you heard in the opening from Mr. Rashbaum. We understandably thought that his client, Mr. Adelson, was the hirer of this murder, but there's a twist. Nothing is as it appears to be. The defendant is really the second victim in all of this. Per his theory, the killers drove to Miami twice to kill someone they'd never met and had no motive to kill, in hopes that Charlie Adelson would, 1, not report them for murder, and 2, would instead agree to give them large amounts of cash at that time and on a payment plan over the next, I don't know, years. Other than failing the smell test, there are a few specific problems with the defense theory. 1, how would the killers have known where to go to kill Markel? How would they know who to kill? How could the killers have known that Dan Markel was scheduled to leave town the day after the murder? 3, possibly the biggest problem, the theory itself makes no sense. Were they just hoping that this would work? We're going to go all the way up there and kill somebody, and maybe they'll give us some money. If they were going to confess to doing the murder to Charlie Adelson in order to try to get money, why not just put a gun to his head and take his money? Why not just rob and or extort him with the threat of death by Latin King? That would save you the trip and the murder rap. Their jigsaw puzzle theory is just a pile of pieces that don't fit together. Each explanation is carefully designed to explain one piece of evidence. But how many different explanations can you string together before it's no longer reasonable? How many coincidences can there be before it's no longer a coincidence? This defendant is not a victim. He's a criminal. He's wealthy, he's smart, and he's successful. But he's a wealthy, smart, successful murderer. My work is almost done here, and yours is just beginning. I trust that each of you will do your best to render a wise and legal verdict in this case. A verdict that speaks the truth. A just verdict. And that is a verdict of guilty as charged. Thank you.
Well, that was it, guys. Georgia Kappelman's full closing argument. Masterful. Beautiful. I mean, it could not be better. What would we do to improve that? Nothing. Nothing can be done. It's perfect. Perfect amount of time as well. I think it's about an hour and 40. Hour and 50 almost. Almost 2 hours. A 2-hour Dateline special with autopsy photos. Yeah, okay. Well, I think that closes us out. It's 5 hours 13. I think that's enough for today. We'll be back. We'll be back with more Adelsons tomorrow and every day. You know, moving forward. We didn't get to Wendy Adelson's house. I need to prepare that. I'll I promise. I'll put one up in the daytime tomorrow. An on-demand version, maybe not live. It's just going to be a short video to show you all the house, Bree's house. We'll go through Bree Price's arrest report, the baby mama of Charlie Adelson, who's up in North Carolina now, in Raleigh, in a house that's over $1 million. You know, Wendy Adelson's house down in Austin it's bigger, but it's a little over $500,000. Maybe real estate is cheaper in Texas. Don't know. But yeah, okay. No, thank you so much to everybody in the chat. Thank you so much to our supporters, our moderators, and our commenters, and our coffee go-getters. Love you all. We will say good night, God bless, stay safe, don't be an Adelson, be better, be good, be kind to each other, don't be an Adelson, and have a safe drive home. See you all later.